The wrench slipped from my greasy fingers as I heard my 16-year-old daughter's voice cut through the evening air like a rusty blade. "He's pathetic, Mom. Just leave him already. Curtis actually takes you places that matter." I was under the hood of my beat-up Dodge in our driveway, the streetlights casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. The engine had been making that grinding noise again, the kind that tells you your vehicle is slowly dying, just like everything else in my life. Some families play Monopoly on Friday nights. Mine apparently plays Russian roulette with my pride. My husband Daniel's laugh drifted through the screen door, sharp and cold. "Tess, keep your voice down. He might hear you." So what if he does? Everyone already knows about Curtis anyway. Mrs. Henderson next door asked me yesterday if you two were getting divorced yet. I wiped my hands on an old rag, my jaw tightening. 20 years of marriage, and this is how I find out my husband's affair has become neighborhood entertainment. The worst part? I wasn't even surprised. The late-night phone calls, the new clothes, the sudden interest in gym classes that somehow required perfect hair and cologne afterward. It all made sense now. I was about to head inside when headlights swept across our lawn. A silver BMW rolled into our driveway like it owned the place. Curtis Brennan stepped out, adjusting his expensive suit jacket. He was everything my husband Daniel wasn't. Smooth, confident, the kind of man who never had grease under his fingernails or worried about overtime bills. He walked straight up to me. No hesitation, no shame. "Your husband's coming with me tonight, Maya," Curtis said. "It's not really up for discussion anymore." The audacity hit me like a physical blow. Not a confession, not even an argument, a declaration of ownership. "Excuse me?" Curtis smiled like he was selling a luxury car. "Daniel and I have been seeing each other for months. He's ready to move on. And frankly, so should you." The screen door creaked open. Daniel stepped out onto the porch, wearing the black jacket I'd bought him last year for our anniversary. The one he said made him look more professional. Apparently, it only made him look good for someone else. "Curtis, I told you I'd meet you at the restaurant," Daniel said, annoyed rather than ashamed, like Curtis was interrupting his schedule, not destroying my marriage. "I thought we should be honest," Curtis replied calmly. "Maya deserves to know where things stand." Where things stand. Like I was a business contract being renegotiated, instead of a wife whose life was collapsing in real time. "Get off my property," I said quietly. Curtis actually laughed. "Come on, Maya. Be reasonable." And that was the moment something inside me snapped. Not broke. Snapped. A clean, violent release of everything I had been holding together for years. I turned and walked into the house. Daniel didn't follow me. Tess was already filming everything from the doorway. And I went straight to the bedroom closet. Top shelf. The lockbox my father had once warned me never to forget. The .357 Magnum inside felt heavier than I remembered. And when I stepped back outside, everything in my life changed forever. I used to believe my marriage to Daniel was built on something solid. Not perfect, not like the movies, but real in the way that matters when life gets heavy. We met 21 years ago at a community workshop for automotive repair. I was the only woman in the room, standing there in oil-stained jeans, trying to prove I belonged. Daniel noticed me, because I didn't flinch when the instructor asked us to disassemble an engine block. He said he liked that I didn't act like I needed help. Back then, I thought that was love. Someone who saw my strength and stayed close to it. We married young. We struggled harder. Rent, bills, broken cars, missed promotions because someone had to stay home when Tess was sick. But we laughed a lot in those days. Small laughter. Exhausted laughter. The kind that comes from surviving another month together. Daniel used to bring me coffee in the garage when I worked late. I used to fix his shirts when he burned them with his old iron. We were a team. Or at least I thought we were. Tess was born 3 years into the marriage. The day I held her, I remember thinking everything we had endured finally meant something. Daniel cried when he saw her. Real tears. I believed that moment bonded us permanently. For a long time, I was right. But life doesn't break all at once. It erodes. Subtle changes first. Daniel started staying out later, blaming work. Then came the new cologne, the sudden concern about his appearance, the phone he never left face down anymore, always locked, always closed. At first, I told myself I was imagining it. That's what wives do when they don't want to believe the truth. Then, there were the inconsistencies. He would say he was at the shop, but his coworker would mention he left early. He would say he was working late, but his clothes didn't smell like grease anymore, just perfume I didn't recognize. Still, I stayed quiet. Because silence is easier than destruction. And because Tess was still young. The breaking point didn't arrive loudly. It arrived like all betrayals do, through patterns you can no longer pretend not to see. Late dinners that never included me anymore. Phone calls he took outside, even in the rain. The way he stopped looking at me when I spoke, as if I had become background noise in his life. Then Curtis Brennan appeared. At first, I only knew him as a business acquaintance. Daniel mentioned him casually. Someone from town, someone successful, someone who understood ambition. I didn't think much of it. Until I noticed Daniel's reactions whenever Curtis was mentioned. A small shift in posture. A tension in his voice. Interest disguised as annoyance. Looking back now, I realize how blind I was willing to be. Because the truth is, I didn't want to lose my family. I told myself that whatever distance was growing between us was temporary. A phase. Stress. Work pressure. Anything but what it actually was. Denial is not ignorance. It's survival. And I was surviving for Tess. But Tess saw more than I did. Children always do. She started asking questions I couldn't answer comfortably. Why Dad was always on his phone. Why he stopped coming to her school events. Why I looked tired even when I wasn't working. I told her we were just busy. She stopped believing me before I stopped believing myself. The night everything collapsed in the driveway, I wasn't surprised by Daniel's betrayal anymore. I had already been living with it. What surprised me was how public it had become. How easily my private humiliation had turned into something the whole neighborhood could recognize, discuss, and judge. And Curtis wasn't just a man having an affair with my husband. He was the kind of man who treated other people's lives like property he could negotiate. That night, standing in my driveway with the weight of my father's gun in my hand, I realized something I had spent years avoiding. My marriage hadn't suddenly ended. It had been ending for a very long time. I was just the last person to be informed. The first real sign that something was deeply wrong came in pieces so small I kept convincing myself they didn't matter. Daniel started guarding his phone like it contained classified information. Not dramatically at first, just subtle things. Turning it face down when I entered a room, stepping outside to answer calls, keeping it under his palm during dinner, like a reflex. I noticed, but I didn't confront him. Not yet. Because confrontation is a point of no return, and I still wanted to believe there was a way back to what we used to be. Then Curtis Brennan became a more frequent name in our house. Daniel mentioned him more often, always in passing, always with a strange mix of admiration and irritation. He knows how to close deals, Daniel said once, loosening his tie after work. Not everyone plays by the same rules, Maya. What rules? I asked. He smiled like I had missed the point. Exactly. That was the first time I felt it. An emotional distance I couldn't bridge with questions. Around the same time, Tess changed. Not in obvious ways, but in the way teenagers do when they start absorbing adult tension they were never meant to carry. She became quieter at dinner, more observant. Her phone became her shield, a barrier between her and conversations she didn't want to join. One night, I heard her on a video call in her room. "Mom is so clueless," she said, laughing softly. My hand froze on the hallway doorframe. I didn't enter. I should have. Instead, I walked away, like ignoring it would erase it. Daniel's behavior escalated slowly but consistently. Gym membership he never used before. New clothes that didn't match his old style. A sudden obsession with business dinners that always ran late. When I asked where he was going, he would answer smoothly. Too smoothly. "Maya, you worry too much." That sentence became a wall between us. And behind that wall, Curtis Brennan's influence grew. I first saw Curtis in person at a local cafe downtown. I wasn't looking for him, but I recognized him instantly because Daniel had described him too often for too long. Expensive watch. Perfect posture. The kind of smile that never reached his eyes. He was sitting with Daniel. Too close for coworkers. Too relaxed for business partners. I stood outside the window for a moment, unseen. Daniel was laughing. I hadn't seen him laugh like that at home in months. Something twisted inside my chest. Not anger yet, not fully, but recognition. The beginning of understanding. That night, I asked Daniel directly, "Are you seeing someone else?" He didn't even pause. "No." One word. "Clean." Automatic. Then he added, "Where is this coming from?" That question should have comforted me. Instead, it felt rehearsed. Tess overheard the conversation from the hallway. Later, she came into my room without knocking. "You're embarrassing yourself," she said flatly. I looked at her. "Excuse me?" She crossed her arms, like she was the adult in the room. "Dad isn't doing anything wrong. You're just insecure." Something in me cracked, but didn't fully break yet. Because children don't invent confidence like that on their own. Someone teaches it to them. The final seed planted itself quietly during a neighborhood barbecue. Mrs. Henderson leaned toward me while Daniel was across the yard talking with Curtis. "I hope things are okay at home," she said gently. I forced a smile. "Why wouldn't they be?" She hesitated. That hesitation said everything. "I just heard things," she said carefully. "People talk." That night, I stood at the kitchen sink long after everyone was asleep. I replayed every moment. Every late night. Every phone call. Every shift in behavior I had dismissed as stress or coincidence. And I realized something terrifying. There was no single betrayal I could point to. Only patterns. And patterns mean intention. The next morning, Daniel kissed Tess on the forehead, grabbed his keys, and left early. I watched him from the window. And for the first time, I didn't wonder where he was going. I already knew. The moment everything finally broke didn't feel cinematic. It felt ordinary. Like a normal evening that simply refused to stay normal. Daniel told me he was working late again. Curtis was in town for meetings, according to Tess, who said it casually while scrolling on her phone at the dinner table. I remember watching her face more than her words. She wasn't lying. She was repeating something she had already accepted as truth. That scared me more than anything Daniel had done. Later that night, I stepped out to the garage to clear my head. The air smelled like oil and dust and old metal, things that made more sense to me than people did lately. That's when I saw the notification on Tess's phone. She had left it on the kitchen counter. A message preview lit up the screen. "Curtis, tell your mom I'll be there after Daniel leaves." My hands went cold. Not shaking. Cold. Like my body had decided it already knew the answer before my mind caught up. I didn't confront anyone immediately. I needed to see it with my own eyes. That was the mistake that sealed everything. I drove downtown without thinking, following instinct more than reason, until I reached a small, upscale restaurant Daniel had never mentioned before. Curtis's BMW was parked out front. So was Daniel's car. I sat there in my truck for a long time, engine idling, watching the door. Then I saw them. Daniel stepped out first. Curtis followed. They were laughing. Not the polite kind of professional laughter. The kind that comes from familiarity. From comfort. From something I had not been included in for a very long time. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. Instead, I sat there until my chest felt like it was collapsing inward, trying to make sense of something that refused to make sense anymore. When I finally drove home, Tess was waiting in the living room. She didn't look surprised to see me. That was the second thing that hurt. "You know, don't you?" I asked quietly. She sighed like I was exhausting her. "Mom, you're making it dramatic." I stared at her. "I saw Curtis's message on your phone." A pause. Then she shrugged. "So?" That word. So. Like betrayal was a scheduling inconvenience. Like I was the problem for noticing it. Daniel came home an hour later. He froze when he saw me sitting at the kitchen table. Something passed between us instantly. Recognition, fear, calculation. Not love. Not anymore. "Maya," he started carefully, loosening his tie. "We need to talk." "No," I said. My voice surprised even me. It was calm. Too calm. "I already know." Curtis arrived 10 minutes later, as if summoned by the collapse itself. He walked into my driveway like he belonged there. Like he had always belonged there. And that's when it happened. The confrontation. The final unmasking. Curtis didn't deny anything. Not really. He framed it. Rebranded it. As if my marriage was a failing contract he had been hired to restructure. "Daniel deserves better," he said simply. I looked at my husband. He didn't disagree. That was the real answer. That was the inciting incident, not the affair itself, but the moment I stopped existing as a person in my own marriage. Only as an obstacle. I walked inside without speaking. Tess followed me with her phone already recording. And I went to the one place I had avoided for years, of small suspicions and quiet denial. The lockbox. My father's voice came back to me in fragments I hadn't realized I still remembered. "A tool isn't a toy. You only use it when everything changes." Everything had already changed. I carried it outside again. And when Curtis saw me step into the driveway, his expression shifted for the first time. From confidence to uncertainty. The moment I stepped back into the driveway, everything felt strangely quiet. Not peaceful. Suspended. Like the world itself was waiting to see which version of me would appear next. Curtis's confidence had already started to crack the second he saw what I was holding. Daniel, on the other hand, didn't move at first. He just stood there, like a man watching his own life being handed back to him in pieces he no longer recognized. "Daniel," I said quietly, without looking away from Curtis. "Is this true?" He hesitated. That hesitation was louder than any confession. Curtis tried to recover first. "Maya, let's not escalate this. Nobody is trying to hurt you. Nobody is trying to hurt you." As if what had already happened wasn't violence in its own way. I felt my breathing slow. Not because I was calm, because something inside me had gone still. "Answer me," I said again, softer this time. Daniel finally spoke. "Maya, it's complicated." That word. Complicated. The universal language of people who want permission to destroy you gently. I nodded once. Strangely, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just felt an overwhelming sense of clarity forming under the shock. Tess stood on the porch filming everything. Her face wasn't emotional. It was focused. Like she was documenting history instead of witnessing her family collapse. That hurt more than anything Daniel said. "You're really doing this?" I asked her. She didn't even lower the phone. "Mom, stop acting like the victim." Something inside me tightened. Not rage. Something colder. Curtis took a step forward again, trying to regain control of the situation. "You're not thinking clearly. This is emotional. We can talk about arrangements." "Arrangements?" I repeated. I looked at him properly for the first time. This man wasn't just breaking my marriage. He was reorganizing my entire life, like it was a problem he had already solved. That was the moment my hands stopped shaking. Not because I was stable, because I had reached the edge of what I could absorb. "I've been thinking clearly for years," I said. Daniel flinched slightly at that. Years. The word landed heavier than anything else, because it meant this didn't start today. It had been dying slowly while I was still trying to keep it alive. I stepped back toward the house. Neither of them followed immediately. Inside, I sat at the kitchen table, the same table where we had eaten dinners that now felt like performances. My mind replayed everything at once. The late nights, the lies, Tess's coldness, Curtis's presence, like a shadow that had always been there, just out of frame. And then something shifted. Not resolution, not anger. Awareness. I wasn't reacting to a single betrayal anymore. I was reacting to the full shape of my life collapsing under its own weight. When Daniel finally came inside, he tried again. "We didn't want it to be like this." I laughed once. Short. Hollow. "How did you want it?" He didn't answer. Because there was no honest answer. Curtis stayed outside for a moment longer, talking to Tess in low tones. I couldn't hear everything, but I saw the way she nodded. Agreeing. Trusting him. Not me. That was the final fracture. Not the affair. Not the betrayal. But the replacement of my place in my own family. When Curtis finally left, Daniel sat across from me at the table. He looked tired. Not guilty. Just tired of the consequences catching up. "I still care about you," he said. That should have meant something. But it didn't. Because care without respect is just convenience. And I had spent 20 years being convenient. I stood up slowly. For the first time that night, Daniel looked uncertain. "Where are you going?" he asked. I paused at the doorway. "I don't know yet," I said honestly. And that was the truth. Because reaction wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something I hadn't named yet. Outside, Tess was still recording. And Curtis was already planning the next version of the story where I was the problem. But inside me, something had already changed. Not broken. Reorganized. The next morning didn't feel like a new day. It felt like the continuation of a war I never agreed to fight. My phone started buzzing before sunrise. Unknown numbers, messages, missed calls, notifications stacking like accusations. By the time I got out of bed, the story had already left my house, and it was no longer mine to control. Daniel was gone. His side of the closet was empty in a way that felt too intentional to be spontaneous. Not just leaving. Rewriting. Tess came downstairs late, headphones in, avoiding eye contact like I was a problem she didn't want to solve. "You should stay off social media," she said casually as she poured cereal. I looked at her. "Why?" She shrugged. "People are talking." That word again. People. Not family. Not truth. Just noise. I picked up my phone and saw it. Curtis had already posted. A long statement framed as damage control, carefully worded, polished, rehearsed. He painted Daniel as a confused man trapped in an unstable marriage. He painted me as emotionally volatile, unpredictable. He did not mention himself except as a supportive friend. The manipulation was almost impressive. Almost. But what I didn't expect was the second layer. Comments. Neighbors. Friends. People I had known for years. Not all against me, but enough to make reality feel unstable. Amber is always intense. Daniel seems stressed for a long time. Maybe there's more to this story. That's when the doorbell rang. Twice. Sharp. Insistent. Tess opened it before I could stop her. And standing there were Daniel's sister and his mother. Both of them already angry. Before any greeting. Before any question. Daniel's mother spoke first. "What did you do to my son?" No hello. No context. Just accusation. I felt something tighten in my chest. I didn't do anything, I said evenly. Daniel's sister stepped forward. Then why is he staying in a hotel because of you? Because of me. As if betrayal had a single author. Curtis arrived 20 minutes later. Uninvited. Of course. He stood at the edge of the driveway, like he belonged in every version of this story. He didn't look at me first. He looked at them. He knew exactly what he was doing. We need to be reasonable, he said calmly. This situation is emotional for everyone. Everyone. He had already expanded himself into the narrative. Daniel's mother turned on me. If you couldn't keep your husband, that's your failure. That sentence hit harder than anything Daniel had ever said. Not because it was true, but because it showed how easily the story had been rewritten without me. Tess stood behind them, filming again. Not defending me. Not stopping it. Just documenting. I felt something inside me shift again. Escalation wasn't chaos. It was structure forming around me without my consent. Curtis stepped closer. You're making this worse than it needs to be, he said quietly. I looked at him for a long moment. And for the first time, I saw it clearly. This wasn't just an affair anymore. It was control. Reputation. Narrative ownership. Who gets to define reality? Daniel's sister crossed her arms. You should just let him go, she said. Let him go. As if I had been holding him hostage. As if 20 years meant nothing more than inconvenience. I turned to Tess. Are you really going to stand there and record this? She didn't answer. That silence told me everything. I walked inside. And this time, I didn't sit down. I stood in the middle of the house, like I was no longer part of it. Daniel's family stayed outside, arguing. Curtis stayed calm. Always calm. Always managing perception. And I finally understood what was happening. They weren't just attacking me. They were building a version of events where I was unnecessary. Replaceable. Erasable. That night, I didn't sleep. I listened to voices outside my house for hours. Arguments, replays, rewritten truths. And somewhere in that noise, something in me stopped trying to be understood. And started trying to be seen differently. Not as a victim. Not as a wife. But as someone who still had control over what came next. By the third night, the house didn't feel like a home anymore. It felt like a place I was temporarily allowed to exist in while everyone else decided what my life would become. The silence inside was worse than the shouting outside, because silence meant decisions were already being made without me. Daniel's mother had come and gone again. Tess barely spoke to me unless it was necessary. Curtis's presence wasn't even physical anymore. It was structural. Like he had embedded himself into every conversation, every accusation, every assumption about me. I sat alone in the living room that night, lights off, watching the reflection of nothing in the black television screen. My phone was on the table, still buzzing occasionally. But I stopped checking. Because every message felt like another attempt to reshape me into something easier to blame. That's when Tess came down the stairs. Slow. Careful. Not angry this time. Detached. Mom, she said. I didn't look up immediately. Yes? She stood in the doorway for a long time before speaking again. Dad says you're trying to destroy him. That word hit differently. Destroy. As if I had started this. As if I had any control over how far it had gone. I finally looked at her. Do you believe that? She hesitated. That hesitation hurt more than a yes. I don't know what to believe anymore, she said quietly. Then she added, almost softer. Curtis says you're unstable. Curtis. Of course he does. I felt something inside me drop. Not break. Drop. Like a foundation giving way. You're listening to him? I asked. Tess shrugged slightly. He listens to me. That was it. That was the center of it all. Not truth. Attention. Validation. Whoever speaks louder becomes real. Tess walked back upstairs without waiting for my response. And I stayed there, in the dark, longer than I should have. That night, I finally cried. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly, sitting at the edge of the couch, realizing I had been erased in real time while still standing in my own life. The worst part wasn't Daniel leaving, or Curtis rewriting the story. It was Tess accepting a version of me I didn't recognize. Somewhere between betrayal and isolation, I stopped being a wife. Then I stopped being a partner, and now I was becoming something else entirely in their narrative. The enemy. Around 2 a.m., I heard the car outside. Curtis again. He didn't come inside this time. He just stood in the driveway talking to Daniel for almost an hour. I watched from the window, their silhouettes shifting under the streetlight, like two men negotiating ownership of something that used to belong to me. At one point, Daniel laughed. That sound again. The same one I hadn't heard in years. And something inside me went very still, because I finally understood the depth of it. This wasn't about love anymore. It hadn't been for a while. It was about alignment.
Sides. Narratives. Control over the story.
I wasn't part of the negotiation. I was the obstacle. When Curtis finally left, Daniel didn't come inside. He stayed in the car. I sat in the dark and realized something I hadn't been willing to admit. They had already moved on emotionally. Now they were just waiting for me to accept my role in the ending. And I wasn't sure I could do that. Not anymore. Because something inside me had reached its lowest point. And at the bottom of that darkness, there was no more fear left. Only clarity. The morning after that night didn't arrive with clarity. It arrived with exhaustion so deep, it felt like my bones were carrying it. But something had changed. Not outside, inside. For the first time, I stopped waking up hoping this would somehow fix itself. Daniel was still gone. Tess was still distant. Curtis was still shaping the narrative like it belonged to him. And I was still here. That was the difference now. I wasn't disappearing. I was observing. I sat at the kitchen table long after sunrise, staring at nothing, replaying everything again, but differently this time. Not as a victim trying to find what she did wrong, but as someone trying to understand how the structure had been built. And that's when it hit me. There had always been gaps. Small contradictions. Things Curtis had said that didn't match Daniel's behavior. Moments where Tess knew things she shouldn't have known. Text messages that felt too coordinated, too convenient. It wasn't chaos. It was coordination.
A system.
I stood up slowly and walked to the drawer where I had thrown all the printed messages weeks ago. I didn't want to look at them before. Now, I needed to. I spread them across the table. Dates, times, locations. Curtis's words. Daniel's replies. Tessa's involvement. And something began to emerge. Patterns of timing. Overlaps that didn't make emotional sense, but made strategic sense. They weren't just reacting to me. They were organizing around me. Curtis wasn't simply the other man. He was managing perception. Managing Daniel. Managing Tess. Managing what each of them believed about me. I felt my stomach tighten, not with panic, but with recognition. This wasn't just betrayal anymore. It was influence. And I had been responding to it emotionally while they were building it structurally. That was the turning point. Not a confrontation. Not a discovery. A realization. I picked up my phone and called the only person who had ever spoken to me without emotion in this entire situation. Ray. The private investigator. He answered on the second ring. You sound different, he said immediately. I need everything you can get, I replied. Not just about Curtis, about how he communicates with Daniel, with my daughter. A pause. Then, you think it's deeper than an affair. I know it is. He didn't argue. That was the moment I knew I was finally being taken seriously. Not as a grieving wife, but as someone analyzing a system. Over the next 2 days, I stopped reacting to what was happening in real time. Instead, I documented everything. Messages. Times Daniel arrived or left. When Tessa's behavior shifted. When Curtis appeared. It stopped feeling like a personal collapse and started feeling like data. Ray called me late on the 3rd night. I found something, he said. His tone had changed. Less casual. More precise. What is it? I asked. There are financial connections, he said. Curtis has been involved in your husband's business dealings longer than you think. I closed my eyes. Longer than I think. Meaning this didn't start with emotion. It started with opportunity. He's been leveraging Daniel, Ray continued. Slow pressure, dependency, debt structures, informal agreements. I felt my breath slow. So Daniel isn't just involved with him, I said. No, Ray replied. He's entangled. That word mattered.
Entangled.
Not love. Not accident.
Structure. Control.
And Tess. I hesitated before asking. What about my daughter? A pause. Longer this time. She's being positioned, Ray said carefully. Positioned for what? I don't know yet, he admitted. But she's being used as a stabilizing factor. Emotional leverage. That's all I can confirm right now. When the call ended, I didn't move for a long time. Because now, it wasn't just betrayal. It was architecture. And I was standing in the center of something built carefully around my destruction. But instead of breaking again, I felt something else. Clarity sharpening into intent. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to collapse. And I wasn't going to let them define the ending. I opened a blank notebook. And I started writing. Not feelings. Not memories. Facts. Names. Times. Connections. For the first time since this began, I wasn't inside the storm. I was mapping it. And that changed everything. The shift didn't happen with noise. It happened with exposure. Once Ray's findings started turning into verifiable reports, the story that Curtis had carefully constructed began to crack. Not all at once, but in small, irreversible fractures. The first collapse came from his own business. An anonymous complaint had been filed with the state authorities regarding irregularities at Brennan Motors. The timing wasn't random anymore. It aligned too neatly with the documentation Ray had compiled. Inspectors arrived without warning. And Curtis, for the first time, couldn't control the narrative in the room. Within days, customers stopped coming. Then lenders started calling. Then employees stopped showing up. The car lot that once looked like confidence on display began to feel like something abandoned mid-conversation. Daniel tried to stabilize himself by staying away from Curtis, but it was too late. Entanglement doesn't loosen just because you step back from it. It leaves marks. Tess stopped posting. Not because she suddenly understood everything, but because the environment she had been reacting to no longer felt stable. Information she had repeated so confidently before now had contradictions she couldn't ignore. She began watching me instead of Curtis. Not fully trusting, but no longer certain. That uncertainty mattered more than belief. Daniel's family, once unified in their judgment of me, started shifting positions when financial realities surfaced. Loans, guarantees, agreements Daniel had signed under Curtis's influence that were now becoming visible under scrutiny. The pressure didn't stay hidden anymore. It spread. And Curtis, who had always relied on control through perception, started losing his grip on both. The most public rupture came at his daughter's engagement event. A private family celebration that turned into a public disaster the moment financial auditors and legal questions entered the conversation. Curtis arrived expecting normalcy. He found distance. His daughter refused to speak to him. His ex-wife, previously silent, showed up with documentation of unresolved financial obligations. And people who once respected him began stepping away in real time. Not with drama, with absence. That was the real punishment. Absence. Back at home, Daniel finally came to see me. Not in confidence. Not in control. But in something closer to collapse. He stood at the door for a long time before speaking. "I didn't know it was this deep," he said. I didn't respond immediately. Because that phrase, "I didn't know," had been the foundation of all this damage. "I thought I was making choices," he continued quietly. "I didn't realize I was being steered." "By Curtis," I said. He nodded. And for the first time, he didn't defend him. Tess stood behind him, watching both of us. No phone this time. No recording. Just observation. The version of me she had accepted was no longer stable enough to hold. "I don't know what I believe anymore," she said softly. And I realized something important. She didn't need me to fight for her understanding. She needed time to see the structure collapse on its own. Curtis tried one last time to reassert control. A final message, carefully worded, attempting to reframe everything as misunderstanding and emotional escalation. But no one responded the way he expected anymore. Because the system he built around perception had already lost coherence. When someone stops believing your narrative, you don't just lose influence, you lose reality itself. The final sighting of Curtis wasn't dramatic. It was quiet. He was alone outside his office, looking at a phone that no longer responded the way it used to. No calls returning. No support network active. No narrative holding. Just silence. And silence, for someone like him, was unfamiliar. At home, I stood in the kitchen that had once felt like a battlefield. Now, it felt like neutral ground. Daniel didn't ask for forgiveness anymore. Tess didn't ask for explanations. And I didn't offer either. Because the fallout wasn't about punishment. It was about exposure. Everything that had been hidden had finally become visible. And visibility changes everything. Not instantly, but permanently. It didn't end the way people expect stories like this to end. There was no final explosion. No dramatic confrontation left to settle the score. Just a gradual settling of everything that had been shaken loose. Curtis disappeared from daily conversation first, then from the town's attention. Not because people forgave him, but because there was nothing left to discuss. His influence didn't collapse loudly. It faded under the weight of exposure, financial consequences, and the quiet refusal of people to engage with him anymore. Daniel stayed, but not in the same way he once existed in my life. There was no more performance between us. No pretending. Only distance and accountability that neither of us tried to dress up as reconciliation. Tess took longer. She moved through phases: anger, confusion, silence, and eventually, observation. And one night, she sat across from me at the kitchen table without her phone for the first time in months. "I don't know what was real," she said. I looked at her for a long moment. "Neither do I answered honestly. Not at the time it was happening." That seemed to calm something in her. Not because it solved anything, but because it removed the expectation that everything needed a perfect explanation. Healing doesn't start with certainty. It starts with acceptance that certainty is gone. I didn't rebuild my life the way people assume you should. I didn't rush into forgiveness. I didn't force closure. I simply stopped living inside other people's definitions of me. The house changed slowly. Not physically at first, but emotionally. Rooms that once felt heavy began to feel neutral again. Silence stopped feeling like abandonment and started feeling like space. Space to think. Space to breathe. Space to exist without being watched or interpreted. There were still moments of pain. Grief doesn't vanish just because the truth is revealed. But it stopped controlling me. That was the difference. One evening, I stood in the driveway where everything had started. Same cracked asphalt, same streetlights, Same air, but I was not the same person anymore. I thought about Curtis, about Daniel, about Tess, about everything that had been built, broken, exposed, and stripped away. And I realized something that didn't feel emotional. It felt structural. People like Curtis don't destroy lives in one moment. They do it slowly, by rewriting perception until the victim doubts their own reality. And people like Daniel don't always realize they're participating in that rewriting until it's already too late. But awareness changes the ending of the story. Not for them. For me. Because once you see how easily your reality can be shaped by others, you stop letting them shape it for you. Tess eventually asked me one final question months later. Are you okay now? I didn't rush the answer. Because it deserved honesty, not comfort. I'm not what I was, I said. She nodded slowly. That sounds like yes, she replied. And for the first time in a long time, I almost smiled. Not because everything was fixed, but because nothing was hidden anymore. That is what rebuilding really is. Not returning to who you were, but becoming someone who cannot be rewritten so easily again. And in that quiet understanding, I finally learned the lesson I wish I had known from the beginning. Love without truth is just illusion. And truth, no matter how painful, always finds its way back to the surface. Even if it takes everything with it first. So, there I was at our engagement celebration, feeling on top of the world in my rented 1,000 tuxedo, standing in the swankiest downtown Chicago ballroom, surrounded by 200 friends and relatives. The chandeliers sparkled like they cost more than my car. Champagne flowed endlessly, and everything looked picture perfect for announcing our engagement to the world. My fiancé Adrian had insisted on going completely overboard with this party. White tablecloths that probably cost more than most people's rent, museum-quality centerpieces, and enough flowers to stock 3 weddings. You couldn't just throw chips on a card table like normal folks. No, we had to go full celebrity style with this production. My best friend Tommy was standing there grinning, champagne glass raised, ready to launch into a 20-minute roast about every stupid thing I'd done since college. The crowd was buzzing with pre-speech energy, phones already out to capture whatever humiliating stories Tommy was about to unleash. My mom sat up front with that proud but slightly worried look mothers get when their daughter is about to be publicly embarrassed. Then everything went sideways. Adrian, my handsome, perfectly put-together fiancé in his designer suit, suddenly stood up and started clinking his champagne glass with his massive engagement ring. The sound cut through all the chatter like an alarm. "Excuse me, everyone," he announced, with this carnivorous smile. "Before Tommy starts telling embarrassing stories, I have my own announcement. I've been thinking about our future, and I've decided we need to be practical. We need a prenuptial agreement. Everything should stay separate. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is yours." The room went dead silent. Even the catering staff froze. Tommy lowered his glass, looking confused. Adrian cleared his throat dramatically, like he was performing Shakespeare. "I really believe modern couples need to be smart. We need to protect our individual assets and maintain our financial autonomy." He was using his corporate voice, the one he pulled out to sound sophisticated and intimidating. The crowd was eating this up like reality TV. People were leaning forward, phones secretly recording. My Aunt Patricia was fanning herself with her napkin, and Uncle Rick was shaking his head with that kids these days look. But here's where Adrian's plan showed its true colors. He kept talking about financial separation and independence, painting himself as some kind of modern minimalist genius. Except then he started explaining the house situation, and suddenly his philosophy developed very convenient exceptions. "We'll still be purchasing our dream home together," he announced confidently. "That's an investment in our shared future. What's important is that we approach it as equal partners." He was talking about partnership while essentially describing a scenario where I'd write checks and he'd pick out curtains. The house was this gorgeous Victorian place in Lincoln Park we'd been eyeing for months. 3 bedrooms, original hardwood floors, $500,000 price tag. We'd put in an offer 2 weeks ago, and I'd already transferred my $50,000 down payment into our joint account. Adrian knew this because he'd been tracking every penny like a forensic accountant. What he didn't know was that I'd been doing my own tracking. I let him finish his speech about financial autonomy, watching as he worked the room like a politician. He was good. Most of the crowd was nodding along, probably thinking he was some visionary. When he finally raised his glass for a toast to new beginnings and honest partnerships, I knew it was showtime. I stood up slowly, straightening my bow tie and giving him my most charming smile. "That's really beautiful, Adrian," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I love how passionate you are about keeping everything separate. It shows real commitment to your principles." He beamed at me like I just told him he was brilliant. Poor thing had no idea what was coming. I pulled out my phone, casually. "In fact," I continued, "I'm so inspired by your dedication to financial separation that I got a head start since you want everything completely separate. What's mine is mine. What's yours is yours, right?" I paused. "I went ahead and pulled my money from the house deposit yesterday." The silence was so profound, it felt like all oxygen had been sucked out. Even the background music seemed to die. Adrian's face went through 17 expressions in 3 seconds. Confusion, then realization, then horror. His jaw dropped, and his champagne glass tilted dangerously in his suddenly limp hand. And that was the moment everything in my life began to collapse. Or finally make sense. You could feel the entire ballroom holding its breath, waiting for what would happen next. And I hadn't even begun yet. Before that night, Adrian and I looked like the kind of couple people envied without really knowing why. The kind you double take out in restaurants because everything seems too coordinated to be accidental. I'm 32, working in corporate project management in Chicago. Structured life, stable income, the kind of person who plans vacations 6 months in advance and still makes backup itineraries just in case. Adrian was the opposite in presentation, but not in ambition. Charismatic, sharp, always talking about future wealth strategies and financial independence. We met 5 years ago at a networking event downtown. I remember him more than I remember the speaker. He wasn't even trying to impress anyone, just leaning against a table, laughing at something someone said, like the rest of the room didn't matter. When he talked to me, it didn't feel like an introduction. It felt like continuation. Like we'd already been in the middle of a conversation somewhere else. At first, it was simple. Coffee dates that turned into dinners, dinners that turned into weekends, weekends that slowly became routines. He remembered the smallest things about me. How I liked my coffee too bitter for most people. How I always double-checked the door lock twice before bed. How I hated uncertainty more than failure. And I liked that he seemed grounded. He talked about building something, not just enjoying something. That felt safe. We moved in together after a 1.5 years. That's when the first subtle cracks started showing. But nothing dramatic enough to name at the time. Just comments, small shifts in tone. He started talking more about separating liabilities when couples merge lives. At first, it sounded responsible, mature even. He'd joke about keeping clean exits in life decisions, and I would laugh because it sounded like something from a business podcast, not a relationship conversation. His family, especially his father Richard and mother Catherine, were always polite with me, but there was a constant undertone, like I was being evaluated. Every dinner felt like an unspoken interview I didn't know I was applying for. Catherine once asked me, smiling too brightly, whether I intended to continue working after marriage or eventually focus on home stability. Adrian quickly changed the subject, but I noticed he didn't disagree with the assumption behind the question. Still, I ignored most of it, because relationships are supposed to require patience, right? Compromise, growth. The engagement itself happened 6 months before that night. Adrian proposed in our apartment, nothing cinematic, just him, slightly nervous for the first time I'd ever seen, holding a ring box like it was heavier than it looked. I said yes before he even finished his sentence. I remember thinking that stability sometimes looks like simplicity. After that, everything escalated in slow, almost invisible increments. He insisted on the Lincoln Park house almost immediately, said it was perfect long-term positioning. I remember walking through it with him, the hardwood floors, the tall windows, sunlight cutting across empty rooms like possibility itself. "It's ours," he kept saying, and I remember how easily I believed that word. We agreed on the $50,000 down payment. I transferred it without hesitation because it felt like the next logical step in a shared plan. Adrian handled finances professionally, or at least he liked to say that. He tracked numbers obsessively, but always in a way that made it sound like protection rather than control. The first real red flag wasn't even a fight, it was a sentence. "What's yours should stay yours. What's mine should stay mine. That's how we avoid complications later." He said it while brushing his teeth one morning, like it was about toothpaste brands, not emotional philosophy. I laughed then. I really did. Looking back, I think that was the moment the foundation shifted. But I didn't feel the crack until much later. There were other signs, too. The way he spoke about protecting assets when his parents visited. The way Catherine always nodded approvingly when he said things like that. Like he was already part of a larger family strategy. Even Tommy, my best friend, once joked after dinner, "Your fiancé talks like he's merging companies, not marrying someone." I told him he was overthinking it. And maybe I was too. Because love has a way of making you normalize things you would question in anyone else. So when Adrian stood up at our engagement celebration, speaking about separation and financial independence like it was a revelation, part of me was confused. But another part of me wasn't surprised at all. It just took me a few seconds longer than it should have to understand that this wasn't a sudden decision. It was always the plan. It started with small inconsistencies that didn't feel important enough to confront, but refused to disappear once I noticed them. Adrian began talking about money differently after we got engaged. Not in a practical way, but in a guarded way, like every conversation had invisible boundaries I wasn't supposed to cross. One night, I brought up joint budgeting for the house. He immediately leaned back on the couch, eyes narrowing slightly. "We should keep things structured," he said. "Separate contributions, clean records, no emotional mixing of finances." It sounded reasonable on the surface, even responsible. But something in his tone made it feel less like partnership and more like segmentation. Then there was his phone. He never hid it exactly, but he started angling it away more often. Screens would go dark the moment I walked into a room. Notifications that used to appear openly now stayed silent. When I asked casually one evening if everything at work was okay, he smiled too quickly. "Just managing things," he said. That word again, managing. His parents became more involved after the engagement announcement. Richard and Catherine started appearing at dinners more frequently, always with subtle commentary disguised as advice. Catherine once said, while slicing into her dessert, "It's very important for women to maintain financial independence even after marriage. You never know how people change." She looked at me when she said it, not Adrian. He didn't correct her. He just smiled faintly, like he agreed. That was another pattern I started noticing. He never corrected them when their words tilted in my direction, even when they felt pointed. Instead, he stayed neutral, observing, calculating. Around the same time, the house discussions shifted tone. Adrian began referring to it as my long-term asset plan more often than our home. When I brought up interior ideas, he'd nod politely, but redirect the conversation back to mortgage structures, equity splits, and protecting individual contributions. I remember sitting at the kitchen counter one night, watching him go through spreadsheets on his laptop. "Why does everything feel like a contract to you lately?" I asked quietly. He didn't look up immediately. "Because contracts protect people," he said. "Emotion doesn't." That sentence stayed with me longer than I admitted at the time. There were moments too small to argue about, but too precise to ignore. Like the way he asked me to transfer my down payment into a joint account for tracking transparency. Or how he insisted on reviewing my savings structure just to align strategies. Or how he started using phrases like worst-case scenario planning when we talked about marriage. I told myself it was just his personality. Analytical, business-minded, that I was the emotional counterbalance in the relationship. But slowly, I started feeling like I was being included in something I didn't fully understand the rules of. Even our conversations about the wedding began shifting. Adrian's enthusiasm wasn't about celebration anymore. It was about optimization. Vendor comparisons, cost breakdowns, ROI discussions on guest lists. He once joked that weddings were capital deployment events. I laughed at the time, but I stopped laughing when I realized he wasn't really joking. The first real emotional rupture came one evening when I found him on the balcony talking to his father on speakerphone. I didn't mean to listen. I was just stepping outside for air. But I heard Richard's voice clearly. Make sure she understands the separation clearly before things progress further. Once assets get blurred, you lose control of the structure. Adrian responded calmly, almost professionally. She's already aligned with the idea. It's just about timing now. I froze behind the door. Not because of what they were saying, but because of how rehearsed it sounded. Like I wasn't part of a relationship. I was part of a strategy. That night, I didn't sleep. I just lay there replaying conversations, searching for moments I had misunderstood, trying to decide if I was imagining patterns or finally seeing them clearly. The next morning, Adrian kissed my forehead like nothing had changed. But something had. And I think he knew it too. Because a week later, he started pushing harder for formal financial separation before the wedding. That was the moment the conflict stopped being subtle and started becoming inevitable. The moment I said I had pulled the $50,000 from the house deposit, everything in that ballroom stopped feeling like a celebration and started feeling like a stage where the script had just been ripped in half. Adrian didn't speak at first. He just stared at me. Not like someone surprised, but like someone recalculating a situation that suddenly no longer fit his assumptions. Around us, the ballroom was still frozen, glasses half raised, conversations abandoned mid-sentence. Even the music from the string quartet felt too soft, too distant, like it belonged to another event happening in parallel. Then his expression changed. Not dramatically, not instantly. Slowly, like pressure building behind glass. "You what?" he asked, voice controlled but tighter than before. I held my phone steady in my hand. "I moved my money back into my personal account," I repeated calmly. "Yesterday afternoon." That's when the first wave hit. Not anger yet. Disbelief. Adrian let out a short laugh that didn't have any warmth in it. "You're joking." I shook my head. And I remember something strange in that moment, how clear everything felt. Like I had finally stepped out of fog I didn't know I was standing in. "I'm not joking," I said. "You said it yourself. What's mine is mine, what's yours is yours." That sentence landed differently now. Not like philosophy. Like consequence. His grip tightened around his glass. I saw his knuckles shift color slightly under the ballroom lights. From the corner of my eye, I saw his mother Catherine turn toward his father Richard. A silent exchange passed between them, quick, sharp, uneasy. Then the reaction started. Catherine stood first. Her voice cut through the room like a blade wrapped in politeness. "Are you seriously telling me you removed the house funds on the night of your engagement?" There it was. Framing. Already turning the story. I met her eyes. "Yes," I said, "because those were my funds in my account." Richard leaned forward immediately, face tightening. "That is not how partnership works." I almost smiled at that word again. Partnership. Funny how it only meant fairness when it benefited them. Adrian finally moved again, stepping slightly toward me now. His voice dropped lower. "This is exactly what I was trying to prevent," he said. "Emotional decisions destabilizing financial planning." I felt something shift in my chest. Not pain exactly, but clarity sharpening into something cold. "You were trying to prevent me from having control over my own money," I said quietly. A pause. He didn't deny it. That was the moment everything became undeniable. Around us, the ballroom had fully transformed from celebration to spectacle. Guests weren't pretending anymore. Phones were up, whispers spreading like wildfire. Tommy, who had been ready to roast jokes earlier, now stood completely still near the table, watching like he couldn't decide whether to intervene or disappear. Adrian exhaled slowly, then straightened his posture again, the corporate version of himself returning like armor. "You made a unilateral decision," he said, "on a shared investment." "That wasn't a shared investment yet," I replied. "It was my money in a joint account." His jaw tightened. For the first time, I saw something raw break through his composure. Not sadness, not guilt. Control slipping. Catherine stepped forward again. "Do you understand what you've done? You've put the entire housing plan at risk. The sellers will walk. The contract will be compromised." I turned slightly toward her. "I understand perfectly," I said. "What I don't understand is how this became a discussion where I contribute money but don't retain control over it." Silence again. But heavier this time. Adrian rubbed his fingers across his temple once, like he was trying to suppress frustration. "This is why I suggested a prenup," he said, "to avoid exactly this kind of instability." There it was again. As if my autonomy was instability. As if disagreement was disruption. I looked at him for a long moment. And I realized something I hadn't fully allowed myself to admit before that night. This wasn't about a house. It was about ownership. Not of property. Of decisions. Of direction. Of me. "I didn't remove my money to punish you," I said softly. "I removed it because I finally understood what it was being used for." His eyes narrowed slightly. "And what exactly do you think that is?" I didn't answer immediately. Because answering meant accepting that I had been part of something I no longer agreed to. So instead, I said the only truth I could stand behind in that moment. "I think you've been preparing a version of our future where I contribute, but don't participate equally in deciding it." That landed differently. Not loudly, but deeply. For the first time, Adrian didn't have an immediate response. And in that silence, I saw something I hadn't seen before. Not the confident man from our early dates. Not the planner. Not the strategist. Just someone who realized the structure he had built wasn't going to hold the way he expected anymore. The ballroom was still watching. Waiting. Breath held. And I knew then that whatever came next wasn't going to stay private anymore. It had already become something bigger than us. Something irreversible. For a few seconds after I finished speaking, I didn't move. Neither did Adrian. It was like the entire ballroom was holding its breath, waiting for someone to decide what reality we were supposed to be in. Then the noise came back in pieces. Whispers first. The soft clink of glasses being lowered. Someone's nervous laugh that got cut off halfway through. Adrian turned away slightly, like he needed a second to reset himself. When he turned back, his expression was controlled again, but it wasn't calm. It was managed. "You didn't trust me enough to discuss this first," he said. That line hit differently than anything else he had said that night. Not because it was loud, because it reframed everything. Like the problem wasn't what he had planned. It was that I had reacted to it. I felt my hands tighten slightly around my phone, but my voice stayed steady. "I asked questions," I said, "for weeks. You answered with structure and logic, but never clarity." His eyes flicked briefly to the crowd, then back to me. "You're emotional right now," he said more softly. "We can fix this later, not here." That "not here" mattered. Not because it was wrong, but because it revealed intent. Contain it. Manage it.
Control the narrative.
Catherine stepped in again, voice sharper now. "This is exactly why financial maturity matters in relationships. Decisions made impulsively like this?" "Stop," I said. It wasn't loud, but it cut through her sentence. She blinked, slightly taken aback. I took a slow breath, realizing my heart was beating harder now, not from panic, but from something closer to awakening. "I didn't make an impulsive decision," I continued. I made a responsive one. There's a difference. Adrian exhaled through his nose, almost impatient now. So, what is this then? A statement? A test? I looked at him for a long moment. No, I said quietly. It's the first time I stopped acting like I already agreed to something I never fully agreed to. That line shifted something in the air. Not in him immediately, but in the way people were listening now. Like they were starting to understand this wasn't just a dramatic couple argument. It was a breakdown of something they thought was already settled. Adrian's voice dropped again, more controlled, almost careful. You're making me look like I was trying to take advantage of you. I didn't respond right away, because I was trying to understand how we got here. How a conversation about shared housing turned into me questioning my own perception of the last few months. And that's when the emotional weight hit me. Not as panic, but as clarity sharpened by shock. I realized I wasn't reacting to one moment. I was reacting to a pattern I had been slowly adapting to without naming it. I'm not making you look like anything, I said finally. I'm just not participating in something I don't agree with anymore. There was a long silence after that. Adrian looked at me differently then. Not angry. Not dismissive.
Calculating.
Like he was trying to figure out whether this was reversible. Or permanent. Tommy finally shifted slightly near the edge of the table, whispering something under his breath like, "This is insane." My mom reached up and lightly touched my arm under the tablecloth, grounding me without saying anything. Catherine let out a sharp breath. "This is unbelievable. We planned everything in good faith." That word again. Good faith. I looked at her. "And I didn't?" I asked. She hesitated. Just for a second. But it was enough. Adrian stepped closer to me again, lowering his voice so only I could hear. "You're overthinking this," he said. "We're on the same side." Something inside me went very still at that sentence. Because it wasn't reassurance. It was correction. I looked at him for a long moment. And for the first time that night, I didn't feel confused. I felt certain. "No," I said quietly. "We're not." The way he looked at me then changed everything that came after. Not explosive. Not dramatic. Just final, in a way neither of us was ready to name yet. And that was the moment I stopped trying to fix the reaction and started realizing I might be standing at the beginning of something I couldn't unsee. The silence after I said, "We're not," didn't last long, but it changed the temperature of the entire room. Adrian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled slowly, like he was forcing himself to stay composed in front of an audience that no longer felt entirely under control. Catherine, however, didn't have that restraint. "This is exactly what we were worried about," she said sharply, turning slightly toward Adrian now, as if I had just confirmed a private fear. Emotional volatility right before major financial commitments. My chest tightened at the word volatility. Not because it described me, but because of how easily it was being assigned to me. Adrian finally spoke again, voice measured. "We don't need to do this in front of everyone." He gestured subtly toward the guests. But it wasn't an attempt to stop the situation. It was an attempt to relocate it, contain it somewhere private, where it could be managed. I looked around the ballroom. People weren't pretending anymore. Conversations had completely died. Even Tommy looked like he had forgotten how to breathe normally. "This already happened in front of everyone," I said quietly. That made something flicker across Adrian's face. Annoyance, restrained, but present. Then Richard stepped in again, his voice heavier now. "You're jeopardizing a major life investment over a misunderstanding of financial structure," he said, like he was addressing a subordinate in a boardroom. "This is not how adults handle commitments." I felt something in me shift at the word commitment. Because that was the trap. Everything had always been framed as commitment, but only one version of it required me to give without questioning. I turned slightly toward him. "I didn't jeopardize anything," I said. "I protected my own money." Catherine let out a short, incredulous laugh. Your money? You're engaged. It's shared planning. Adrian nodded slightly, as if reinforcing her point. That nod did something sharper than anger. It clarified alignment. They weren't reacting individually anymore. They were reinforcing a system. I took a slow breath, feeling the weight of every look in the room now. This is exactly what I'm talking about, I said. You're all speaking about shared planning, but only when it applies to my contribution. That landed differently. A few guests shifted uncomfortably. Someone at the back lowered their phone slightly. Adrian stepped closer again, voice lowering, not softer, but more controlled. You're reframing this unfairly, he said. We agreed to a structure. You're changing it last minute. I shook my head slowly. I didn't agree to a structure that removes my ability to control my own funds, I replied. That was when escalation stopped being verbal and started becoming emotional pressure. Catherine's tone sharpened. Do you realize what kind of position you're putting him in? After everything he's planned? That sentence revealed more than she intended. Everything he's planned. Not everything we planned. Adrian's jaw tightened slightly. He was still trying to keep composure, but the edges were cracking now. This is exactly why I suggested formalizing things early, he said, so we avoid emotional decisions like this. There it was again.
Emotional decisions.
As if my reaction to being financially sidelined was irrational instead of responsive. My hands felt colder now, but my voice stayed steady. I didn't make an emotional decision, I said. I made a decision based on information I finally paid attention to. Adrian's patience slipped slightly. You're acting like I've done something to you, he said, sharper now, when I've been trying to build a future for us. That sentence should have sounded reassuring, but it didn't, because it assumed agreement, without asking for it, without confirming it. From the corner of my eye, I saw Tommy whisper something again, but no one laughed this time. Even the energy of the room had changed. It wasn't entertainment anymore. It was tension. Real, uncomfortable tension. Richard stepped forward again, voice rising slightly. This is not negotiable. The contract for the house is already in motion. You can't just withdraw funds like this without consequences. That word again.
Consequences.
I looked at him calmly. I already did, I said. That silence after that sentence felt heavier than all the others. Adrian finally looked directly at me again, and this time there was no performance left in his expression. Just pressure. You're going to fix this, he said quietly. Not a question. Not a discussion.
A directive.
Something in my stomach tightened. Not fear, but recognition. Because that tone wasn't new. I had just never named it before. I met his eyes. No, I said. That single word didn't raise my voice. But it ended something. Not the argument. The illusion that there was still a shared version of reality between us. And that's when I realized the escalation wasn't about the money anymore. It was about control. And I had just stopped participating in it. For a moment after I said no, everything felt suspended. Not calm. Not resolved. Just suspended, like the entire ballroom was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence again. Adrian didn't speak immediately, but I could see it now, the shift in him. Not explosive anger, not dramatic reaction. Something quieter, colder. Controlled pressure building behind restraint. You're really doing this, he said finally. It wasn't a question. It sounded like disappointment wrapped around disbelief. Catherine let out a strained laugh, but it didn't carry humor anymore. This is unbelievable, she muttered. Absolutely unbelievable. Richard rubbed his jaw tightly, pacing half a step like he didn't know whether to address me or the room. You're making a mistake you won't recover from. I heard the words, but they didn't land the way they were meant to, because something in me had already shifted into a different state. Not anger. Not panic. clarity that felt almost detached. Adrian took a step closer again, lowering his voice so it wasn't meant for the crowd anymore. "You're letting pride destroy something we built," he said. That sentence should have hurt. Once. But instead, I just felt tired. Because I started realizing something that felt heavier than the argument itself. Nothing we built had ever been negotiated equally. I looked at him quietly. "I don't think we built the same thing," I said. That's when his expression changed. Not fully anger yet, but something sharper underneath. Like restraint starting to fail in subtle ways. "You're emotional right now," he repeated, slower this time. "You're reacting instead of thinking." I almost smiled at that. Because it wasn't the first time I'd heard it. And it wasn't the first time it had been used the same way. "To stop me from disagreeing?" I asked quietly. The room felt colder now. Even the chandeliers seemed too bright, too exposed. Catherine stepped forward again, voice cracking slightly with frustration now. "We came here to celebrate a future, not dismantle it over financial paranoia." That word again.
Paranoia.
As if noticing inconsistencies in control was irrational. As if questioning imbalance was instability. I felt something settle in my chest at that point. Not collapse. Acceptance. The kind that comes when you realize you've been standing in the wrong version of a story for too long. Adrian's voice softened slightly again, trying a different angle now. "We can fix this," he said. "Just talk to me privately after this. We don't need to end everything here." That was the first time he said something that sounded almost human again. But it didn't undo anything. Because now I could see the pattern behind every version of him. The planner. The rationalizer. The negotiator. The controller. I looked at him for a long moment. And I realized the hardest truth of all wasn't what he had done. It was how long I had participated in it without naming it. "I'm not ending everything," I said quietly. A pause. "I'm just not continuing it like this." The silence that followed wasn't dramatic anymore. It was heavy. Catherine looked like she wanted to speak, but didn't know what language would fix it. Richard stopped pacing. Even Adrian went still for a moment, like he was recalibrating the situation again, but this time, the variables weren't cooperating. And in that pause, I felt it fully. The dark moment wasn't the confrontation. It wasn't the accusation. It was the realization that the relationship I thought I was in had been gradually replaced by something I didn't fully consent to. And I had only just noticed it when I finally stopped moving along with it. My throat felt tight, but my voice stayed steady. "I think I need to leave," I said. Not dramatic. Not loud. Just final enough to feel real. For the first time that night, Adrian didn't immediately respond. He just watched me. And in that silence, I realized something that made everything inside me go very still. He wasn't processing loss. He was processing loss of control. And those were not the same thing. I turned slightly, feeling the weight of every eye in the room now. And for the first time since the engagement celebration began, I didn't feel like I was standing in the middle of a future. I felt like I was stepping out of one. I had barely taken 2 steps away from the center of that ballroom when my phone vibrated again. Not a message. A notification from the bank app. And that small vibration, so ordinary, so irrelevant in any other moment, felt like it cut through everything else happening behind me. I stopped walking. Adrian noticed immediately. "Don't walk away," he said, voice tightening again. "We are not done." But I wasn't listening to him anymore. Because I had opened the notification. And what I saw didn't feel dramatic at first. It felt simple.
A confirmation log.
A time-stamped record of activity on the joint account. And one detail stood out immediately. Multiple large transfers had been initiated recently, not just mine. My eyes scanned faster now, the noise of the ballroom fading slightly behind me. Adrian had been moving funds too. Not once. Not randomly. Strategically. I felt my stomach tighten, not with shock, but with recognition forming into shape. This wasn't just about what I had done. It was about what I had been unaware of. I turned slowly back toward him. He was still standing in the same place, posture rigid now, eyes locked on me, like he was trying to measure what I had just seen. "What is this?" I asked quietly. His expression shifted slightly. Not panic, but calculation. Catherine stepped forward again. "What are you talking about?" I held up my phone, not showing it to the crowd yet, just to him. "These transfers," I said. "When did you initiate them?" Adrian's jaw tightened. "That's internal account management," he said carefully. "It's irrelevant to this conversation." That sentence confirmed everything faster than any confession could have. Because if it was irrelevant, he wouldn't have answered like that. Something inside me went very still. And for the first time that night, I wasn't reacting emotionally at all. I was connecting patterns. The house structure discussions. The insistence on separation. The timing of the joint account transfers. The controlled framing of our money when it benefited planning, but separate money when it protected him. It wasn't inconsistency. It was design. I looked up at him again. "You were planning liquidity control," I said quietly. The room shifted again. Not loudly, but perceptibly. Even Tommy stopped moving. Adrian exhaled slowly. "That's not what this is." But his voice wasn't as steady anymore. Catherine jumped in quickly. "This is absurd. You're twisting financial planning into something malicious." I shook my head slightly. "No," I said. "I'm finally understanding it clearly." That was the turning point. Not because I had discovered something new, but because I had stopped doubting what I was seeing. Adrian stepped closer again, lowering his voice. "You don't understand how these structures work," he said. "You're interpreting things emotionally." And that word again?
Emotionally.
As if clarity only counted when it came from his perspective. I looked at him for a long moment, and something in me settled into a decision I didn't feel conflicted about anymore. "I understand enough," I said quietly. Then I lowered my phone. And for the first time, I stopped trying to convince him, or anyone, that I was reacting reasonably. Because I didn't need agreement anymore. I only needed action. "I'm not continuing any financial arrangements tied to that account," I said calmly. Adrian's eyes sharpened instantly. "You can't just unilaterally—" "I already did," I interrupted. That silence after, it felt different than before. Not shock. Not confusion.
Finality.
Because this time, it wasn't just about the house deposit. It was about the structure underneath everything he thought he controlled. Catherine's voice broke slightly. "You're destroying everything over assumptions." I looked at her calmly. "I'm responding to information," I said. Then I turned slightly back toward Adrian. And for the first time, I didn't see a fiancé in front of me. I saw someone who had been negotiating my future without me fully realizing the terms. "I'm done being part of this version of things," I said quietly. And I meant it, not as emotion, as direction. Adrian didn't respond immediately, because for the first time that night, he didn't have a counter ready, and that was the real turning point. The moment I stopped engaging, everything around Adrian started collapsing in ways that weren't immediate but were unmistakable. At first, there was silence. Not the dramatic kind from earlier. This one was heavier, uncomfortable. The kind of silence that forms when people stop knowing who to side with in real time. Adrian stood still for a few seconds, like he was waiting for me to come back into the conversation. When I didn't, he exhaled sharply. "This is getting out of control," he said, this time louder. Not to me specifically, but to the room. "This is a misunderstanding that's being escalated unnecessarily." But something had shifted in how people were listening now. The word misunderstanding didn't land the way it was supposed to. Catherine stepped in quickly again, her voice more controlled now, but strained at the edges. "Everyone needs to calm down. This is a private family matter." Except it wasn't private anymore. Not after the phones. Not after the raised voices. Not after the silence that had turned into a tension. Tommy finally spoke from the side of the room, hesitant but audible. I don't think this is just a misunderstanding. That cracked something in the atmosphere. Not loudly, but visibly. A few guests shifted uncomfortably. One of Adrian's colleagues leaned toward another, whispering something I couldn't hear. The illusion of control was thinning. Richard tried to regain authority, stepping forward. This woman is making emotional decisions that are sabotaging a serious financial arrangement. This is irresponsible behavior. But even his voice sounded less certain now. Because people were no longer only listening to what was being said. They were watching how it was being said. Adrian turned toward him slightly, tension tightening his jaw. Dad, stop. It wasn't a request. It was damage control. But it came too late. Because I could already see it happening. The narrative was breaking apart in real time. Adrian's friends, people who had been cheering him on earlier, were no longer reacting with confidence. They were reacting with uncertainty, replaying what they had just witnessed. The prenup speech. The house structure. The sudden shift in shared and separate depending on convenience. And now the joint account transfers. The pattern was no longer hidden. It was visible. Catherine noticed it too. Her expression tightened as she scanned the room, realizing the audience had changed. We should all step back, she said quickly, softer now. This is being misinterpreted. But misinterpreted didn't erase what had already been seen. Adrian finally looked back at me again. And for the first time, there was no performance left in his expression. Just pressure and something closer to urgency. You're really going to do this publicly? He asked quietly. I met his eyes. I didn't make this public, I said. You did, when you turned financial control into a public negotiation at our engagement party. That landed differently. Because it wasn't emotional. It was factual. A few guests shifted again. Someone actually stood up slightly, as if unsure whether to leave or stay. And then came the moment I knew the fallout had started to tip beyond anyone's control. One of Catherine's close friends at the table leaned in and said quietly, but not quietly enough, "Wait, she's not wrong. The money was in her account first." That one sentence changed the temperature of the entire room. Not because it was loud, but because it introduced doubt. Adrian heard it too. His face tightened instantly. "That's not the point," he said sharply. But now it mattered that he had said it like that. Because "not the point" sounded a lot like avoidance when people were finally paying attention. Richard tried again, voice harder now. "This is ridiculous. We are discussing long-term planning, not emotional theatrics." But no one nodded this time. Not like before. The momentum had shifted. And I could feel it clearly now. Not triumph, not satisfaction. Just distance. As if I had stepped outside a system that was still collapsing without me inside it. Adrian took a step closer to me, lowering his voice again. "You don't understand what this will do to everything," he said. And for the first time, I believed him. Because I understood exactly what he meant.
Reputation. Perception.
Family image. Social alignment. Control wasn't just financial. It was structural. But I also understood something else now. It didn't belong to me. "I understand," I said calmly. And I still choose to step away. That was the final fracture. Not a fight. Not a reaction.
A separation of direction.
Adrian didn't follow me when I turned this time. And behind me, I could hear the room slowly shifting into something new. Whispers turning into analysis. Analysis turning into judgment. Judgment turning into distance. The fallout wasn't immediate collapse. It was redistribution. Of trust. Of perception. Of alignment. And Adrian, for the first time that night, wasn't the center of certainty anymore. He was just part of a story that people were now rewriting as they watched it unfold. By the time I left the ballroom, I wasn't running from anything anymore. I was simply walking out of a version of my life that had stopped making sense the moment I stopped trying to rationalize it. Behind me, the celebration never really recovered. Not because there was a final explosion, but because something quieter had already broken too deeply to repair in real time. Trust in the story everyone thought they were attending. Outside, Chicago air hit differently than the warmth inside. Colder, clearer, real in a way that didn't require interpretation. I stood there for a moment on the sidewalk, still in my dress, still holding my phone, watching the reflection of the ballroom lights in the glass doors behind me. No dramatic satisfaction. No revenge feeling. Just stillness. Inside, Adrian was still trying to manage the aftermath. I didn't need to see it to know. Some things don't need witnessing to be understood. The phone buzzed once. Then again. Then stopped. I didn't check it immediately. Because for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel pulled in multiple directions at once. I finally looked down at my screen later, sitting in a quiet cafe 2 blocks away. Messages from friends. Confused texts. A few apologies. One from Tommy. "That was insane. Are you okay?" I didn't answer right away. Because okay didn't feel like the right word yet. But I was steady. And that was new. What hurt most wasn't the confrontation. It wasn't even the realization of manipulation or imbalance. It was how long I had adapted to things that required me to shrink my own instincts just to keep the structure intact. That night taught me something simple but irreversible. Sometimes love isn't what blinds you. It's what you're willing to normalize to keep it. The next morning, the world continued like nothing had happened in most places. Emails still arrived. Traffic still moved. Life didn't pause for personal clarity. But my life had already shifted direction. Adrian and I didn't have a final dramatic closure conversation. There was no cinematic reconciliation or final argument that neatly wrapped everything up. There were just decisions that stopped overlapping. Accounts separated. Logistics dissolved. Engagement removed from both social and legal reality as quietly as it had once been announced loudly. His family's image took a hit in their circle, not because of gossip alone, but because people had seen too much of the structure behind the performance to fully ignore it anymore. And me? I rebuilt slowly. Not in a dramatic reinvention sense. In small ways. My finances stayed mine, now with clarity instead of confusion. My conversations stopped needing interpretation layers. My decisions stopped being negotiated through someone else's framework. I didn't become harder. I became clearer. One evening, weeks later, my mom sat across from me at dinner and said something I didn't forget. "You didn't lose a marriage," she said gently. "You avoided a long negotiation where you were never meant to be equal." That stayed with me. Because it reframed everything without bitterness. Just truth. If there's a lesson in all of it, something I wish I had understood earlier, it's this. Control doesn't always look like control at the beginning. Sometimes it looks like structure. Sometimes it looks like planning. Sometimes it even looks like care. But the difference shows up when your ability to say no starts feeling like disruption instead of participation. And when that happens, you're no longer in a partnership. You're in a system that only works when you don't question it. I don't tell this story because I want sympathy. I tell it because I know how easy it is to mistake confidence for clarity, and planning for fairness, and certainty for safety. And because leaving something that looks perfect from the outside is often the first real act of self-respect you don't realize you've been preparing for all along. That night didn't end my life. It corrected its direction. And sometimes, that's the real ending worth paying attention to. The flight delay notification hit my phone at 3:47 p.m. Flight 2847 to Portland canceled due to mechanical issues. I stared at the screen in the cramped airport terminal, surrounded by the usual chaos of delayed travelers and overpriced coffee. I was supposed to spend the weekend in Chicago, learning advanced rehabilitation techniques for spinal injuries. Instead, I was going home a full day early. Well, This is just perfect, I muttered, shifting my conference bag higher on my shoulder. My husband, Daniel Carter, had complained nonstop about me leaving for the weekend. He hated being alone in the house, hated microwaving frozen dinners, hated silence. At least, that's what he always said whenever my work trips came up. Part of me smiled at the thought of surprising him. The drive back from Portland International stretched through cold autumn rain and endless orange trees. Our neighborhood looked exactly the same as always. Polished driveways, giant windows glowing warm against the dusk, couples pretending their lives were flawless. I pulled into our driveway just after 7, and immediately noticed two unfamiliar things. First, Daniel's black Range Rover was there, even though he'd told me he'd be at a business dinner. Second, another car sat beside it. A white Lexus. I knew that car. Vanessa Hale. My stomach tightened. Vanessa wasn't just Daniel's coworker. She was the woman he'd spent the last 6 months insisting was just a friend. The same woman who laughed too loudly at his jokes. The same woman whose name kept appearing on his phone late at night. I killed the engine slowly. Music drifted through the windows. Low jazz. Candles flickered behind the curtains. My chest suddenly felt too tight for air. I stepped onto the porch quietly, my heels barely making a sound against the wood. The front door wasn't locked. That alone made my pulse spike. Daniel was obsessive about security. I pushed the door open, and my entire world cracked apart. Candles covered the living room. Wine glasses sat half full on the coffee table. And there, on the couch I had saved for nearly 8 months to buy, was my husband Daniel, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist, while Vanessa straddled him in my favorite silk robe. Another woman sat across from them, holding a phone. Rachel. Vanessa's best friend. Recording everything. "Oh my God," Rachel laughed. "This lighting is incredible." Vanessa threw her head back, laughing against my husband's chest. "We should have done this months ago," she whispered. Daniel kissed her neck casually. Claire's too predictable to ever figure it out. My body went completely numb. Not shaking. Not crying. Just cold. I stood there in my own doorway, holding my travel bag, while 3 people destroyed my marriage like it was some kind of game. Then I cleared my throat. "Well," I said quietly, "this is interesting." All 3 heads snapped toward me. Daniel's face drained of color instantly. Vanessa scrambled backward. Rachel lowered the phone slowly, but didn't stop recording. "Claire?" Daniel breathed. "You're supposed to be in Chicago." "Flight got canceled," I replied calmly, stepping inside. The silence that followed felt almost unreal. The jazz music still played softly in the background, while my husband stared at me like he'd seen a ghost. And in that exact moment, I realized heartbreak wasn't the first thing I felt. It was humiliation. Deep, burning humiliation. And something inside me changed forever. My name is Claire Carter. I was 34 years old, a licensed physical therapist, and until 3 months ago, I genuinely believed I had a stable marriage. Not perfect. Not passionate in some movie-style fantasy kind of way, but stable. Safe. Real. Daniel and I met 11 years earlier at a charity marathon fundraiser in Portland. I'd volunteered at the medical recovery tent, treating exhausted runners, while he worked the sponsorship side for a marketing company. He was charming in the effortless way some men are. Tall, confident, expensive smile, expensive watch, expensive words. Back then, I thought confidence meant security. I didn't realize arrogance could wear the exact same face. The first thing Daniel ever said to me was, "You look way too calm for someone surrounded by this much chaos." I laughed. He stayed near my station for almost an hour, pretending to organize paperwork just so he could keep talking to me. By the end of the night, he asked for my number. By the 3rd date, he was sending flowers to my clinic. By 6 months, he was talking about marriage. Everything moved fast with Daniel. That should have scared me. Instead, it made me feel chosen. At the time, my life was simple. I worked long shifts helping injured patients recover mobility after surgeries and accidents. I loved structure, schedules, predictability. Daniel said that was what he admired most about me. "You make life feel peaceful," he told me once while we were cooking dinner together in our first apartment. I remember smiling while stirring pasta sauce. Nobody had ever called me peaceful before. I held on to that sentence for years. We got married 2 years later, in a small autumn ceremony near the coast. Nothing extravagant, just close friends, family, soft lights, and cold ocean air. Daniel cried during his vows. Actual tears. Or at least, I thought they were real. For the first few years, we were genuinely happy. We traveled when our schedules allowed it. We hosted barbecues for neighbors. We renovated our house, room by room. I worked extra shifts to help cover expenses, while Daniel pushed for bigger clients and higher-paying contracts. I thought we were building something together. That's the dangerous thing about loyalty. You don't realize you're carrying the entire relationship until your back finally breaks. The first time I met Vanessa Hale was at Daniel's company holiday party. She wore a tight emerald dress and carried herself like every room belonged to her.
Confident.
Beautiful. The kind of woman who made eye contact a little too long. Daniel introduced us with his hand resting lightly against the small of her back. "This is Vanessa," he said. "She just transferred from Boston." Vanessa smiled at me politely, but something about it felt rehearsed. Like she had already heard about me long before we met. Over the next year, her name became permanent in our lives. Vanessa helped land the account. Vanessa stayed late helping with presentations. Vanessa thinks we should pitch luxury branding. At first, I ignored the discomfort. I trusted my husband. Or maybe I trusted the version of him I'd created in my head. There's a difference. Then came the subtle changes. Daniel started caring more about his appearance. New cologne. Gym memberships. Longer hours at work. Suddenly, he hated eating at home because it felt boring. Suddenly, date nights stopped. Suddenly, every conversation somehow became my fault. You never relax anymore. You're always tired. You treat life like a checklist. At first, I apologized. God, I apologized for everything. I thought maybe I really had become distant. Maybe long clinic hours had changed me. Maybe marriage naturally lost excitement after enough years. But eventually, the criticism became impossible to ignore. Nothing I did felt right anymore. If I cooked dinner, I was predictable. If I planned trips, I was controlling. If I worked late, I was neglectful. If I stayed home, I was boring. Meanwhile, Daniel grew colder every month. Not cruel. That would have been easier to confront. No, he became indifferent. And indifference is far more painful than anger. I started noticing how often he smiled at his phone. How quickly he tilted the screen away when I walked by. How defensive he became anytime Vanessa's name came up. You're being paranoid, Claire. She's just a coworker. You really need to stop overthinking everything. That phrase became his favorite weapon. Overthinking. As if women invent instincts for fun. As if our bodies don't recognize betrayal long before our minds can accept it. The worst part was how isolated I felt. Daniel's family adored Vanessa. His mother once laughed during dinner and said, "If you and Daniel hadn't gotten married first, I would have thought Vanessa was his perfect match." Everyone laughed, except me. Daniel included. I still remember gripping my wine glass so tightly my fingers hurt. And yet, I stayed quiet. Because that's what loyal women do when they're trying desperately to save a marriage. We swallow discomfort until it poisons us from the inside. Looking back now, the signs were everywhere. The emotional distance. The secretive behavior. The way Daniel stopped looking at me during conversations. The way he only touched me when he wanted something. But love can make intelligent women ignore obvious truths. Especially when they've invested years into believing someone would never destroy them. The cruelest part? Even after all the warning signs, I still wasn't prepared for what I walked into that night. Because suspicion is one thing. Actually seeing betrayal with your own eyes is something entirely different. After that holiday party, Vanessa somehow became impossible to avoid. At first, it was harmless. Or at least, that's what I kept telling myself. She showed up at company dinners, charity events, neighborhood cookouts. Daniel started inviting her to group outings with the same casual tone people use when mentioning the weather. Vanessa might stop by. Vanessa's joining us for drinks. Vanessa needed a ride. Little things. Small enough to sound innocent. Big enough to slowly invade my marriage. I tried to be mature about it. I really did. I smiled during conversations, asked polite questions, pretended not to notice how Vanessa always positioned herself beside Daniel like she belonged there. But women notice things. We notice body language,
Energy.
silences. The first real crack appeared during a 4th of July party at Gregson Lake, hosted by Daniel's coworkers. I remember standing near the grill, holding paper plates, while fireworks exploded in the distance. Daniel and Vanessa stood near the dock, laughing together. Not normal laughing. Not friendly laughing. Intimate laughing. The kind built from private jokes and emotional closeness. At one point, Vanessa touched his chest lightly while speaking. Daniel didn't move away. My stomach dropped so suddenly, I nearly lost my balance. Rachel was there too. Always Rachel. Loud. Performative. Obsessed with social media. She filmed everything, constantly. Cocktails.
Conversations.
People dancing. People kissing. People drunk enough to embarrass themselves. Memories are content, she liked to say. At the time, I thought she was just annoying. I had no idea how dangerous she actually was. That night, while driving home, I finally asked Daniel the question that had been haunting me for months. Are you attracted to Vanessa? The silence inside the car felt immediate. Heavy. Daniel kept his eyes on the road. Then he laughed softly. Claire, seriously? I'm asking because I want the truth. You're being insecure. I didn't ask if I was insecure. His jaw tightened. She's attractive, obviously. That doesn't mean anything. The answer hit harder than I expected. Not because he admitted it. Because he sounded irritated that I even cared. When we got home, he barely spoke to me before going upstairs. I sat alone in the kitchen for nearly an hour, staring at the sink. That was the moment something shifted inside me. Not fully, but enough. Enough for doubt to stop whispering and start breathing beside me every day. After that, I began noticing everything. Daniel suddenly protecting his phone. Late-night work emergencies. Conference calls that required stepping outside. Weekends where he claimed exhaustion, but somehow still had energy anytime Vanessa texted. I hated the woman I was becoming.
Suspicious.
Hyper-aware. Constantly analyzing tone changes and facial expressions. There's something deeply humiliating about sensing betrayal while still hoping you're wrong. One Friday evening, I came home early from the clinic and heard Daniel laughing in the backyard. I walked through the kitchen quietly and froze near the sliding door. Vanessa sat on our patio, wearing one of my blankets around her shoulders, while Daniel poured her wine. The intimacy of the scene made my chest ache. Not sexual intimacy.
Emotional intimacy.
The kind husbands are reserved for their wives. Neither of them noticed me immediately. Vanessa leaned closer to him. She really has no idea, does she? She whispered. Daniel smirked into his glass. Claire notices things, he said, but she avoids confrontation. That's her thing. I stopped breathing. The casual cruelty in his voice stunned me more than the words themselves. Like I was some predictable personality flaw instead of his wife. Then Vanessa laughed softly. She's too nice. Daniel's response came instantly. That's part of the problem. I stepped outside before I could stop myself. Both of them jumped slightly. Oh, Vanessa said quickly. We didn't hear you come home. Clearly. Daniel recovered fast. Hey, babe. Vanessa stopped by after work. I stared at him for several seconds. Then at the wine. Then at the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. My blanket. You could have texted me, I said quietly. Daniel sighed dramatically, like I was exhausting him. Do we seriously need to turn this into a thing? Vanessa immediately stood. I should go. No, Daniel said firmly, eyes still on me. You don't have to leave. The message underneath those words was crystal clear. You are the problem here, not us. I remember feeling something twist painfully inside my chest. Not anger, yet. Just grief. Because deep down, I think part of me already knew I was losing my marriage. Over the next few weeks, things only got worse. Daniel became openly dismissive anytime I questioned him. One night I found him texting Vanessa at nearly 2 a.m. When I asked why, he snapped immediately. At least she actually listens when I talk. That sentence stayed with me for days. I heard it while showering, while driving, while treating patients. At least she actually listens. As if I hadn't spent years supporting him emotionally, financially, mentally. As if loyalty somehow became invisible once a man got bored. Then came the dinner with his parents. I should have canceled. Something in my gut warned me all day not to go. But I went anyway because I was still trying to save appearances. Daniel's mother spent the entire evening praising Vanessa. She's so ambitious. She has incredible energy. She really understands Daniel's career goals. At one point, his father actually looked at me and said, "You've become very serious lately, Claire. Marriage shouldn't feel so routine." Routine. That word again. I sat there smiling politely while humiliation crawled under my skin. Daniel never defended me once. Not once. Instead, he just drank his wine quietly while his family dissected my personality in front of me. On the drive home, I finally broke. "Do you even still love me?" I asked softly. Daniel stared through the windshield for a long time before answering. "I don't know what love is supposed to feel like anymore." That sentence shattered something inside me. Because uncertainty can sometimes hurt worse than honesty. I cried quietly in the bathroom that night, while Daniel slept peacefully beside me. And somewhere deep down, I think my heart already knew exactly where all of this was heading. I just didn't realize how humiliating the truth would actually become. The flight cancellation changed everything. If that plane had taken off on time, my marriage probably would have survived a few more months before collapsing quietly behind closed doors. Instead, I walked into the truth before they had time to hide it. And once you see something that ugly with your own eyes, there's no going back. After I left the house that night, I sat inside my car for nearly 15 minutes, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my fingers cramped. The jazz music still drifted faintly through the walls. Candles glowed behind the curtains. Inside my home, my husband was probably scrambling to explain himself while Vanessa cried dramatically and Rachel complained about the ruined recording. The humiliation burned through me in waves. Not just because Daniel cheated. Because they laughed at me. That was the part I couldn't stop hearing. Claire's too predictable to ever figure it out. I replayed it over and over until my stomach physically hurt. My phone buzzed. Daniel. I ignored it. Then another call. Then another. Finally, a text appeared. "Please come home so we can talk." Talk. I almost laughed. There are moments in life where language becomes insulting. Talk. As if I'd accidentally interrupted some misunderstanding, instead of walking into my husband half naked beneath another woman. Another text arrived seconds later. "It's complicated. Number." It really wasn't. I started the car and drove. Not home. Anywhere else. The roads blurred beneath cold rain, while my thoughts spiraled violently between heartbreak and numbness. I ended up outside a small tavern downtown called Hollow Creek, an old place with dim lights and cracked leather booths where exhausted people came to disappear for a few hours. I walked inside still wearing my airport clothes. The bartender glanced up briefly. "You okay?" "No," I answered honestly. She nodded like she understood more than I said. "Whiskey?" "Please." I sat alone near the end of the bar, staring at my untouched wedding ring, while my entire life unraveled inside my head. I kept remembering tiny moments. Daniel smiling at his phone. Vanessa touching his arm. Rachel filming everyone constantly. The signs had been there all along. I just kept choosing hope over reality. My phone buzzed again.
Unknown number.
A message appeared with a link underneath it. Hope you enjoyed the preview. My blood went cold. I clicked the link. A private adult content website opened instantly. My hands started shaking. The screen loaded a profile page filled with locked videos and subscription options. One title sat near the top. Corporate Couples Session Number 12. The thumbnail showed my living room, my couch, my husband, and Vanessa. My chest physically tightened. No. No, no, no. I clicked another thumbnail with trembling fingers. This one showed Rachel behind the camera, laughing while Daniel kissed Vanessa's neck. There were comments underneath. Real comments. People joking. Rating. Watching my marriage like entertainment. I couldn't breathe. The bartender noticed my expression immediately. "You need water," she said firmly, sliding a glass toward me. I stared at the phone screen in horror. This wasn't just an affair. They'd been filming it, uploading it, sharing it. My humiliation had become content. The realization made something inside me snap completely silent. Not explosive. Not dramatic. Worse.
Calm.
I suddenly understood why Daniel had grown so comfortable disrespecting me. Because he didn't think I'd fight back. He thought I'd cry. Beg. Maybe blame myself. But sitting there, inside that dark tavern, something colder began taking shape inside me. I opened the profile again and started reading carefully. Descriptions. Dates. Comments. The uploads went back nearly 3 months. 3 months. While I was working overtime to help pay for our kitchen renovation, my husband was publicly humiliating me online. My phone rang again. This time, I answered. "Clear," Daniel said immediately, voice panicked. "Please, let me explain." I stayed quiet. Nothing happened the way it looked. I looked down at the video thumbnail, showing Vanessa on top of my husband in my robe. "Interesting argument," I said softly. "Vanessa and it started emotionally first."
Emotionally.
Men always use softer words when they want forgiveness. "As opposed to what?" I asked. "Filming pornography in my living room?" Silence. Then, finally, "You saw the website?" So he knew. Of course he knew. My grip tightened around the phone. "How long?" Another silence. "Too long." "That's not important." 3 months. Daniel exhaled sharply. "Claire, how many people watched those videos?" It wasn't public. I laughed then. A broken, exhausted laugh that made the bartender glance over nervously. "Do you hear yourself? It was supposed to be private, among friends." Friends. I suddenly pictured strangers watching my husband touch another woman on the couch we picked out together. People laughing at me. Talking about me. Knowing before I did. The humiliation nearly made me sick. Then Daniel said the one thing that finally destroyed whatever remained of my love for him. "You've been emotionally absent for a long time." I closed my eyes slowly. There it was. The justification. The shifting blame. As if loneliness somehow forced him to betray me publicly. "You could have divorced me," I whispered. "It wasn't that simple." "No," I said quietly. It actually was. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then Daniel's voice softened. "Please come home." Home. The word sounded meaningless now. Finally, I asked the question that mattered most. "Did you love her?" He hesitated. And hesitation is sometimes more painful than truth. "I don't know." That answer gutted me. Because after 11 years together, my husband couldn't even lie convincingly anymore. I hung up without another word. The bartender approached carefully. "You got somewhere safe to stay tonight?" I looked down at my wedding ring, at the reflection of tired eyes in my whiskey glass, at the life I no longer recognized. Then I whispered the first truly honest sentence I'd spoken in months. "I don't think I have a home anymore." And for the first time that night, I cried. Not loudly, not dramatically, just silent tears sliding down my face while strangers pretended not to notice. Because sometimes the worst kind of heartbreak isn't losing the person you loved. It's realizing they stopped respecting you long before they stopped pretending to love you. I barely slept that night. The motel room smelled faintly like bleach and old cigarette smoke, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the same image again. Vanessa laughing in my robe. Daniel's hands on her waist. Rachel filming everything like my humiliation was entertainment. Around 4 a.m, I gave up trying to rest and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the dark television screen. My phone lay beside me, buzzing nonstop. Daniel. His mother. Unknown numbers. Even Vanessa once. I ignored all of them. At sunrise, I finally opened the messages. Daniel's texts came in waves. Please answer me. We need to handle this privately. I never wanted to hurt you. Then later, you're overreacting. That one actually made me laugh. Not because it was funny. Because it was unbelievable how quickly guilt turns into irritation when people realize forgiveness might not happen. Vanessa's message was worse. I know this is painful, but Daniel and I didn't plan for feelings to happen.
Feelings.
As if emotions magically excused betrayal. I deleted it immediately. Then came Rachel. If you start drama publicly, remember there are videos of everyone involved. That message changed everything. Until then, I'd still been operating from heartbreak. Now I understood they were protecting themselves. Not apologizing. Not remorseful. Strategizing. I sat there reading Rachel's text over and over until a terrifying clarity settled inside me. These people didn't think they'd done something unforgivable. They thought they'd gotten caught. Huge difference. Around 8 a.m, I drove home. The closer I got to the neighborhood, the tighter my chest became. I almost turned around twice. Part of me didn't want to see him. Another part needed to. The house looked perfectly normal from outside. Morning sunlight. Trimmed hedges. My flower pots still sitting beside the porch, untouched. It's strange how ordinary life looks while your marriage dies inside it. Daniel opened the front door before I even reached it. He looked terrible. Wrinkled clothes. Bloodshot eyes. No confidence left. For a split second, seeing him like that hurt me. Then I remembered the videos. The sympathy disappeared instantly. Claire. I walked past him silently into the house. The candles were gone. The wine glasses cleaned. The couch spotless. Like he'd tried to erase evidence. But betrayal leaves residue in the air. I could still feel it. Daniel followed me into the kitchen carefully. I'm so sorry. I turned slowly. For cheating? For all of it. That's vague. He rubbed both hands over his face. I handled things badly. Badly. Another soft word. People love soft words when describing ugly behavior. You uploaded videos of your affair online. They weren't public. Stop saying that. My voice cracked harder than I intended. Daniel went quiet. I took a shaky breath. How long were you sleeping with her? A few months. The honesty almost hurt worse than lying. You brought her into this house? Silence. That was answer enough. I nodded slowly, looking around the kitchen we renovated together. The countertops I paid half of. The cabinets I painted myself. The home I defended every time friends joked that Daniel acted single. I kept asking you if something was wrong. I know. You looked me in the eye and called me paranoid. I know. I laughed bitterly. That must have been humiliating for you, having a wife dumb enough to trust you. Claire, don't do that. Do what? Tear yourself apart over this. I stared at him in disbelief. You don't get to comfort me anymore. That hit him harder than yelling would have. His shoulders dropped instantly. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then quietly he said, I didn't mean for this to happen. I looked at him for a very long time. You rented hotel rooms? Yes. You texted constantly? Yes. You let Rachel record you? His silence confirmed it. I stepped closer, slowly. You made hundreds of choices, Daniel. He swallowed hard. This wasn't an accident. Tears filled his eyes then. Real tears. Maybe the first honest thing I'd seen from him in months. I got caught up in it. No, I whispered. You enjoyed it. That sentence shattered him. Because it was true. People don't accidentally humiliate someone repeatedly for months. They do it because, somewhere deep down, they stop seeing that person as fully human. I walked toward the living room. My wedding ring still sat in the small dish near the entryway where I'd left it before my trip. I picked it up carefully. 11 years. Reduced to a tiny circle of metal. Daniel watched me silently. Then he said something that almost destroyed me completely. I still love you. God. I wanted to believe him. That was the sickest part. Even after everything, a broken piece of me still wanted him to somehow undo all of it. But love without respect becomes poison. And I finally understood that. I slipped the ring onto the table instead of my finger. I don't think you know what love is anymore. His face crumpled. Please don't say that. Then tell me the truth. I am telling you the truth. No, I said softly. You're telling me the version that hurts you least. Daniel sat down heavily on the couch. The same couch. I could barely look at it now. You weren't happy either, he said quietly. I nodded once. That's true. He looked up hopefully. But unhappy people still choose what kind of person they become. That hope vanished instantly. I walked upstairs slowly and opened our bedroom closet. Half his clothes. Half mine. A life divided neatly down the middle. I suddenly felt exhausted beyond words. Not angry anymore. Just deeply tired. Tired of doubting myself. Tired of being blamed for someone else's selfishness. Tired of trying to earn basic loyalty from a man who already decided I was disposable. Behind me, Daniel's voice echoed softly from the hallway. What happens now? I looked down at the suitcase still sitting near the bed. Then at the framed wedding photo on the dresser. Two people smiling at a future neither of them truly understood. Finally, I answered honestly. I don't know yet. And that terrified me more than anything else. Because for the first time in 11 years, I could no longer picture my future with my husband in it. The next 48 hours turned my private heartbreak into public entertainment. That's the thing nobody warns you about betrayal. It rarely stays between two people. Especially when selfish people are involved. By Monday morning, the gossip had already started spreading through town. Not the full truth. Pieces of it. Fragments. Enough for people to stare too long when I entered a room. Enough for awkward silences to appear during conversations. Enough for humiliation to follow me everywhere. I went to work because staying home felt worse. My clinic smelled like disinfectant and eucalyptus oil, as usual. Patients checked in at the front desk. Phones rang. Stretch bands snapped softly during rehab sessions. Normal life kept moving. Mine didn't. I was helping an elderly patient with shoulder mobility exercises when I noticed two receptionists whispering near the hallway. They stopped immediately when I looked up. One of them avoided eye contact entirely. That sick feeling returned instantly. They knew. Or at least they knew enough. By lunchtime, I locked myself inside my office and finally opened social media. Big mistake. Rachel's accounts had gone partially private, but clips were already circulating through smaller local pages and anonymous reposts. Not explicit. Just enough. Blurred screenshots. Rumors. Local businesswoman caught with married executive. Suburban couple exposed in lifestyle scandal. My hands shook so badly, I nearly dropped my phone. People were discussing my marriage like reality television. One comment made my stomach twist violently. Honestly, the wife looks too boring for him anyway. I stared at that sentence until the words blurred. Too boring. Again. It was everywhere now, as if loyalty had somehow become embarrassing. A knock sounded against my office door. My coworker Nina stepped inside carefully. Claire? I quickly locked my phone. You okay? No, I wasn't okay. But women learn early how to lie politely. I'm fine. Nina hesitated. You know people are talking, right? The embarrassment hit so hard, my face burned instantly. Yeah, I whispered. She walked closer, slowly. For what it's worth, I'm on your side. That almost made me cry again. Because kindness feels unbearable when you've been emotionally brutalized for days. Thank you. Nina leaned against the door quietly. My cousin works with Daniel. I looked up sharply. Apparently, Vanessa and Daniel weren't exactly subtle at work. My stomach dropped. What does that mean? They flirted openly. Office lunches, private meetings, people noticed. Every new detail felt like another cut. How long? Months, I think. Months. So everyone saw it except me. Humiliation crawled up my throat so violently, I thought I might throw up. Nina's expression softened. Claire, none of this makes you stupid. But it did feel that way. That's the hidden cruelty of betrayal. The victim somehow inherits the embarrassment. I drove home in silence that evening, but Daniel's car wasn't in the driveway. Instead, his mother's Lexus sat outside the house. Perfect. I almost kept driving, but exhaustion outweighed fear. The second I stepped inside, I heard voices from the kitchen. Daniel, his mother Patricia, and his sister Melanie, all talking quietly. They stopped immediately when I entered. Patricia stood first. Oh, thank God. Not exactly the greeting I wanted. Daniel looked exhausted again, but Patricia looked irritated more than anything else. Like this entire scandal had become inconvenient for her. Claire, she said carefully, we need to discuss this situation maturely.
Situation.
Another soft word. I dropped my keys onto the counter. There's nothing to discuss. Of course there is. Patricia folded her arms. Marriages go through difficult seasons. I stared at her in disbelief. Your son filmed himself cheating on me. Melanie winced visibly. But Patricia kept going. Public humiliation won't solve anything. Interesting. Not cheating. Not betrayal.
Humiliation.
That was the problem now. Daniel finally spoke. Mom. No, Patricia interrupted sharply. Someone needs to think rationally. Then she looked directly at me. You've both been unhappy for a long time. I laughed softly. There it was again. Shared blame. Shared responsibility. Women are expected to carry betrayal gracefully, so everyone else stays comfortable. I worked 60-hour weeks while your son slept with another woman in my house. Patricia sighed. And Daniel made terrible choices. Terrible choices. Still softening it. Still cushioning him from the ugliness of what he actually did. But marriages require accountability from both people. Something inside me finally snapped. No. The word came out sharper than intended. Patricia blinked. I stepped closer, slowly. No, Patricia, stop doing that. Doing what? Turning his betrayal into a communication issue. Silence filled the kitchen instantly. I could see Daniel watching me carefully now. Almost surprised. Because I normally avoided confrontation. Not anymore. He cheated, I continued quietly. Repeatedly, publicly, intentionally. Nobody forced him to do that because I worked too much or because marriage became routine. Patricia's face tightened. You're emotional right now. Yes, I said calmly, because my husband publicly humiliated me. Daniel stood suddenly. Mom, please stop. But Patricia wasn't finished. Vanessa may have manipulated things emotionally. I almost laughed again.
Amazing.
Even now, she was trying to protect him from responsibility. Daniel wasn't manipulated. He was willing. Enthusiastic, even. I'm not discussing this anymore, I said finally. Then Patricia said the worst thing yet. If you expose him publicly, you'll destroy both your reputations. That sentence changed everything. Not because it hurt, Because it clarified something important. They were afraid, not guilty.
Afraid. Afraid of consequences. Afraid of embarrassment.
Afraid the polished image of their perfect family might crack permanently. And suddenly, I understood why Daniel became the man he did. He'd spent his entire life protected from accountability. Patricia stepped toward me again. You need to think carefully before making emotional decisions. I looked directly into her eyes. For 11 years, I've done nothing except think carefully. Then I walked upstairs. Behind me, I heard Patricia whisper harshly. She's becoming vindictive. Daniel answered quietly. No, she's becoming angry. For the first time since discovering the affair, he finally understood the difference. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I sat alone on the bedroom floor, surrounded by old photo albums, while rain tapped softly against the windows. Wedding pictures. Beach vacations. Christmas mornings. Tiny frozen moments from a life I no longer recognized. Around midnight, my phone buzzed again.
Unknown number.
Another link. This time to a private group chat screenshot. My blood went cold. Daniel, Vanessa, Rachel, and several others, laughing about me, rating how long it would take before I finally figured things out. One message from Vanessa made my chest physically ache. She still thinks he works late every Thursday. Honestly, it's sad. Another from Rachel. Claire gives exhausted substitute teacher energy. Then Daniel himself. She notices things but avoids conflict. That's why this works. I stared at the screen for so long, my vision blurred. Not just betrayal.
Mockery. Cruelty.
And somehow, that hurt even worse than the sex. Because cheating can come from weakness. But humiliation comes from disrespect. And my husband had stopped respecting me a very long time ago. That realization hardened something inside me, permanently. By morning, I was no longer thinking about saving my marriage. I was thinking about consequences. 3 days later, I hit the lowest point of my life. Not the night I caught them. Not the arguments. Not even the leaked videos. It was Thursday morning. Quiet.
Ordinary.
The kind of morning where heartbreak finally settles deep enough to stop screaming and start hollowing you out from the inside. I woke up alone in the guest bedroom because I couldn't stand sleeping beside Daniel anymore. At some point during the night, he'd left for work without saying goodbye. The silence inside the house felt unbearable. No television. No music. No conversation. Just rain tapping softly against the windows and the sound of my own breathing. I walked downstairs wearing one of Daniel's old sweatshirts, out of habit. That realization almost broke me again.
Habit.
11 years of loving someone creates reflexes your body doesn't know how to stop performing. I started making coffee automatically. 2 mugs. Then froze, staring at the second cup. My hands began shaking so violently I had to grip the counter. That's when it finally happened. The breakdown I'd been holding back for days. I slid slowly onto the kitchen floor and cried so hard I couldn't breathe properly. Not graceful tears. Not movie tears. Ugly grief. The kind that leaves your chest aching afterward. Because the truth had finally become impossible to avoid. My husband didn't just betray me. He erased my dignity piece by piece while pretending to love me. And somehow, I still missed him. That was the most humiliating part of all. Even after everything, my body still searched for the man I thought he was. I stayed on the floor nearly 20 minutes before forcing myself upright. The mirror above the sink startled me. Swollen eyes. Pale skin. Exhaustion written across every inch of my face. I barely recognized myself anymore. My phone buzzed on the counter. For one pathetic second, hope flickered. Maybe Daniel finally understood. Maybe he'd say something real. Maybe. It was a message from the clinic. Claire, corporate called. They'd like to discuss concerns regarding recent publicity. I went cold instantly. No. No. Within an hour, I sat inside a sterile conference room across from two administrators who refused to fully meet my eyes. The senior manager folded her hands carefully. We understand you're dealing with personal difficulties. Personal difficulties. Another polished phrase hiding something ugly. We've received several complaints from patients who are uncomfortable with the online situation. My throat tightened painfully. They're not my videos. We understand that. Do you? Because it suddenly felt like nobody did. The younger administrator cleared his throat awkwardly. Unfortunately, reputational issues can impact patient trust. I stared at him in disbelief. So my husband humiliates me publicly, and I'm the professional liability?
Silence.
That silence told me everything. Women always carry collateral damage from men's bad behavior. Always. The manager slid paperwork toward me gently. We're offering temporary leave while things settle down publicly. Leave. Not fired, but close enough to feel the same. I signed the papers mechanically because fighting would have required energy I no longer had. By the time I walked back outside, rain poured heavily across the parking lot. I sat inside my car gripping the steering wheel while panic spread through my chest. Everything was collapsing now. My marriage, my reputation, my job, my identity. And somewhere in the middle of all that destruction, Daniel was probably still texting Vanessa. The thought made me physically sick. I drove home, numb. Halfway there, Daniel called. I almost ignored it. Almost. But exhaustion won. Hello? Claire? His voice sounded strained. I heard about the clinic. Of course he did. Small town. Big scandal. I'm sorry. I laughed weakly. You keep saying that like it changes anything.
Silence.
Then quietly, Vanessa and I ended things. I closed my eyes. A week earlier, hearing that might have mattered. Now? It barely touched the grief. Why? I asked flatly. She realized things got out of control. Out of control. Interesting wording for our affair exploded publicly and ruined everyone's lives. Daniel exhaled shakily. I made a mistake. No, I whispered tiredly. You made hundreds. Another silence. Then his voice cracked. I miss you. God. That sentence nearly destroyed me, because part of me still loved him enough to hurt hearing it. I pressed trembling fingers against my forehead. You don't get to miss me after turning me into a joke. I never meant. Stop saying that. For the first time, anger finally broke fully through the grief. You planned lies for months. You mocked me with your friends. You filmed videos in our house. Claire. No. My breathing turned uneven. You don't accidentally destroy someone like this. He started crying quietly on the phone then. Real crying. The sound twisted painfully inside my chest. I hate myself for what I did. I believed him. That was the tragic part. I think Daniel genuinely hated himself in that moment. But remorse after consequences isn't the same thing as character. And I finally understood that too late. I loved you, I whispered. A broken sound escaped him. I know. No, I said softly. You really don't. Then I hung up. When I got home, I noticed neighbors staring openly now. Whispers. Curtains moving. Phones lifting subtly. I hurried inside and locked the door immediately. Then I did something I hadn't allowed myself to do yet. I watched one of the videos. Not all of it. I couldn't. But enough. Enough to hear Daniel laugh about me. Enough to hear Vanessa call me emotionally safe, but sexually dead. Enough to hear Rachel say, she'll probably apologize somehow. I slammed the laptop shut so hard it nearly cracked. Then I ran to the bathroom and threw up. Afterward, I sat on the cold tile floor, shaking uncontrollably. Something inside me finally shattered completely in that moment. Not my marriage. That had already died. No. It was the illusion that these people ever truly cared about me. I had spent years loving people who discussed my pain like entertainment. And suddenly, the loneliness became unbearable. I remember sitting there whispering one horrible thought over and over. How did I not see this? That question haunted me more than the affair itself. Because intelligent women always think awareness could have saved them. But betrayal doesn't happen because you're weak. It happens because someone else decides your trust is less important than their selfishness. Still, knowing that didn't stop the pain. That night, I sat alone in darkness, staring at the wedding photo on my dresser for nearly an hour. Then finally, I turned the frame face down. And somehow, that tiny movement hurt worse than anything else so far. Because deep down, I think that was the moment I finally accepted my marriage was truly over. The turning point came from someone I never expected. Rachel. 3 days after I turned our wedding photo face down, there was a knock at my door just after sunset. I almost didn't answer. I looked terrible.
Emotionally worse.
But something about the urgency of the knocking made me open it anyway. Rachel stood on my porch, soaked from the rain. No makeup. No confidence. No camera in her hand for the first time since I'd met her. She looked wrecked. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then she said quietly, "Can I come in?" Every instinct told me no. But curiosity won. Rachel stepped inside slowly, wrapping her wet coat tighter around herself while looking around the house awkwardly. The same house where she helped film my humiliation. I crossed my arms. "You have 5 minutes." She nodded once.
Fair.
For a moment, she just stared at the floor. Then finally, "Vanessa left town yesterday." I said nothing. Daniel's been trying to contact her non-stop. Still nothing. Rachel swallowed hard. "And Greg?" She stopped herself quickly. "Sorry. And my boyfriend Matt found out about the website." That got my attention. Apparently, Rachel's own relationship had exploded too. Good. A tiny, cruel part of me enjoyed that. "I'm not sure why you're telling me this." Rachel looked up finally. "Because none of this was supposed to happen like this." I almost laughed. That sentence again? Nobody ever plans consequences. Only actions. She reached into her purse slowly and pulled out a flash drive. "I think you should have this." I didn't move. "What is it?" "Everything." My stomach tightened. Rachel placed the flash drive carefully onto the kitchen counter. Private chats, upload records, archived videos, messages. I stared at her. Why? For the first time since meeting her, Rachel looked genuinely ashamed. Because Daniel lied to everyone. Silence. Then she continued softly. "He told Vanessa you and him were basically separated emotionally already. He said your marriage was dead." I closed my eyes briefly. Of course he did. "He told us you didn't love him anymore." That one hurt. Because it wasn't true. Not even close. "I loved your husband too much," I whispered. Rachel's expression cracked slightly. "I know that now." For several seconds, rain filled the silence between us. Then, Rachel said something that changed everything. The videos weren't Vanessa's idea. I looked up sharply. "What?" Rachel hesitated. Daniel suggested recording first. The room went completely still. Number. That couldn't be true. Rachel nodded slowly, like she could see the disbelief on my face. At first it was just private videos between them. Then Daniel started joking about uploading clips anonymously. My chest physically tightened. He said it made things feel exciting. I leaned against the counter because suddenly my knees felt weak. Daniel. My careful, composed, emotionally intelligent husband. The same man who cried during our wedding vows. The same man who used to kiss my forehead before work every morning. He suggested it. Not Vanessa. Not Rachel. Him. The realization shattered the last remaining excuse my heart had been clinging to. This wasn't manipulation. Not weakness. Not seduction.
Choice. Repeated choice.
Rachel's voice shook slightly. I didn't realize how cruel it became until the gala. I laughed bitterly. That's when your conscience appeared? She flinched. Fair again. I know you hate me. I don't have enough energy left to hate anybody. And weirdly, that was true. I was beyond rage now. Beyond devastation. What remained felt colder. Cleaner. Rachel nodded slowly. Daniel's terrified, by the way. Good. He should be. He thinks you're going to destroy him publicly. I stared at the flash drive sitting on the counter between us. Inside that tiny piece of plastic probably lived enough evidence to ruin multiple lives permanently. And suddenly I realized something important. I didn't actually want revenge anymore. I wanted freedom. There's a difference. Rachel left 20 minutes later, looking smaller somehow. Less loud. Less certain. As soon as the door closed behind her, I plugged the flash drive into my laptop. Folders appeared instantly. Videos. Screenshots. Voice notes. Message archives. I opened one conversation between Daniel and Vanessa, dated almost 4 months earlier. Daniel. Claire trusts me completely. Sometimes I think she notices things, but chooses denial. That's because she's scared to lose you. Then Daniel. She'll never leave. She needs stability too much. I stopped breathing. Not because of the cheating. Because of the arrogance. He truly believed I'd tolerate anything, as long as the marriage survived. Another message appeared later in the thread. Do you actually love her? Daniel took 6 minutes to respond. I love what she does for my life. That sentence changed me permanently. Because suddenly, everything became clear. I wasn't loved as a person anymore. I was valued as comfort.
Routine. Support. Emotional labor.
I closed the laptop slowly. Then I walked upstairs into our bedroom. For several moments, I simply stood there, looking around. The bed. The dresser. The framed photos. The life we built together. A strange calm settled over me. Not happiness. Not even healing. Just clarity. I finally understood something that grief had been hiding from me. The marriage I was mourning no longer existed long before the affair started. I had been fighting for memories. Not reality. My phone buzzed again. Daniel. This time, I answered immediately. Claire? His voice sounded exhausted. I know about the videos, I said calmly. Silence. I know you suggested uploading them. I heard his breathing stop. Then, Rachel came to you. Yes. Claire, listen to me. No. For the first time in weeks, my voice didn't shake. You're finally going to listen to me. Complete silence. I looked around the bedroom one last time. I spent years trying to become smaller so this marriage would survive. Daniel said nothing. I blamed myself for your unhappiness. Still silence. I questioned my appearance, my personality, my worth. His breathing sounded uneven now. But the problem was never that I was boring. Tears finally filled my eyes again. The problem is that you confuse excitement with destruction. Claire, you didn't betray me because I failed you. My voice cracked softly. You betrayed me because you stopped valuing loyalty once it became familiar. He started crying quietly again. But this time, it didn't move me. Not because I hated him, because I finally saw him clearly. And clarity is the death of illusion. I'm filing for divorce, I said calmly. A broken sound escaped his throat. Please. I deserve better than being loved only when I'm useful. Then I hung up. And for the first time since all of this began, I didn't cry afterward. I just stood there, breathing quietly inside the ruins of my marriage, finally understanding my own value again. Once the truth fully surfaced, everything around Daniel began collapsing faster than either of us expected. Affairs thrive in secrecy. Humiliation doesn't. Within a week, the leaked screenshots and videos had spread far beyond our town. People weren't just gossiping anymore. They were choosing sides. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I stopped being the woman everyone pitied. Daniel became the man everyone avoided. It started with his job. Apparently, the company's executive board had discovered that he and Vanessa used work trips and corporate expenses to conduct parts of their affair. Hotel reimbursements, fake client dinners, conference bookings. The internal investigation moved quickly. Very quickly. By Friday afternoon, Daniel was placed on administrative leave. Vanessa resigned before they could officially terminate her. Rachel disappeared completely from social media after several sponsors publicly dropped her. One scandal destroyed the entire image she'd built online. Funny how quickly audiences stop applauding when cruelty becomes too obvious. Meanwhile, Daniel's family suddenly grew very quiet. Patricia stopped calling. Melanie sent me a short message one evening. "I'm sorry I didn't see who he was becoming." That one actually hurt. Because unlike the others, I believed she meant it. The strangest part was how calm I felt through all of it. Not triumphant. Not vindictive. Just finished. The grief had exhausted itself. By the time divorce paperwork officially arrived, I no longer checked Daniel's messages immediately. Sometimes I ignored them for hours. Sometimes days. The desperation in them grew heavier each time. I'll go to therapy. I'll delete everything. I was having some kind of breakdown. Then finally, "I still love you." That sentence no longer had power over me. Because love without respect isn't love. It's possession. And I finally understood the difference. One afternoon, Daniel came to the house unexpectedly while I was packing boxes in the living room. He looked thinner. Older somehow. Like consequences had aged him rapidly. For a second, we just stared at each other across the room that used to belong to both of us. Then quietly, he asked, "Are you really going through with this?" I folded another sweater carefully before answering. "Yes." His eyes filled immediately. "I destroyed my entire life." I looked up slowly. "No," I said softly. "You destroyed ours." That hit him hard enough to make him sit down. For several moments, he just stared at the floor. Then finally, "I don't even recognize myself anymore." I almost answered cruelly. Almost. But exhaustion had stripped most of the anger out of me by then. "I think this is who you've been becoming for a long time." He wiped both hands across his face, shakily. I was unhappy. So was I. "That's different." I looked at him carefully. "Why?" "Because you..." He stopped. "Because I what?" "Stayed loyal? Stayed kind? Stayed predictable?" Daniel couldn't even finish the sentence. That told me everything. "I loved you through every version of yourself," I whispered. Successful, lost, stressed, exhausted. Tears rolled down his face silently now. "But you only loved me when I made your life comfortable." The silence afterward felt enormous. Then Daniel said something that finally confirmed I was making the right decision. "I never thought you'd actually leave." There it was. The truth. Not remorse over betrayal. Shock over consequences. I nodded slowly. "I know." He broke down crying then. Not controlled tears. Real collapse. The kind that bends a person forward under the weight of their own actions. And strangely, I felt sad for him. Not because I wanted him back. Because once upon a time, he genuinely was the man I loved. That man just disappeared somewhere along the way. Or maybe he never fully existed at all. A few days later, the charity gala footage resurfaced online again after someone leaked additional angles from the event. This time, public reaction turned brutal. Not toward me. Toward them. People mocked Daniel openly. Local business groups distanced themselves. Vanessa's professional reputation imploded almost overnight. And Rachel became the punchline she once turned others into. The irony was vicious. Everything they built around excitement and public validation collapsed because of public attention. Exactly the kind they once craved. One evening, Nina invited me to dinner after work. It was the first social outing I'd accepted in weeks. We sat near the window of a small Italian restaurant downtown while rain streaked softly against the glass. Halfway through dinner, she looked at me carefully and asked, "How are you really doing?" I thought about the question honestly, then surprised myself with the answer. Better. And it was true. Not healed. Not fully okay. But breathing again. Sleeping occasionally. Laughing sometimes. The pain no longer consumed every second of my day. Nina smiled softly. "You seem lighter." I stared down at my wine glass. I think I spent years carrying a marriage by myself without realizing it. That realization changed everything. Because once I stopped carrying it, the entire thing collapsed immediately. On the drive home that night, I rolled the windows down despite the cold air. For the first time in months, the silence inside my car felt peaceful instead of lonely. When I pulled into the driveway, I noticed something strange.
Relief.
Not sadness. Not dread.
Relief.
Because Daniel wasn't there anymore. The house belonged to me again. Not legally, yet, but emotionally. I walked inside slowly and looked around the quiet living room. The same room where my marriage exploded. The same couch. The same walls. But somehow, it felt different now. Like the grief had finally stopped haunting every corner. My phone buzzed one last time before bed. Daniel. I stared at the message for several seconds before opening it. "I really did love you, Claire." Tears filled my eyes unexpectedly. Not because I believed him completely, but because part of me always would. I typed slowly. "Maybe you did, but not enough to protect me from yourself." Then I blocked his number. And just like that, the loudest chapter of my life finally went silent. 6 months after the divorce finalized, autumn returned again. The trees outside my porch turned orange and gold, exactly the way they had the night my entire life collapsed. But this time, the silence around me felt peaceful, not empty. Healing doesn't happen all at once. Nobody wakes up one morning magically free from betrayal. It happens slowly,
Quietly.
in tiny moments you almost don't notice. The first full night of sleep. The first day you stop checking your phone. The first genuine laugh that doesn't feel forced. The first morning you look in the mirror and recognize yourself again. I still worked at the clinic, though I transferred to a smaller rehabilitation center across town after taking several weeks off. Ironically, losing everything forced me to rebuild a life that actually belonged to me, instead of one built entirely around keeping someone else comfortable. I started painting again. Something I hadn't done since college. I spent weekends hiking instead of waiting for Daniel to come home from late meetings. I stopped apologizing for being calm, for being structured, for being loyal. Because those things were never weaknesses. The wrong people just treated them like they were. Sometimes people still recognized me from the scandal. Occasionally whispers followed me through grocery stores or restaurants. But eventually I realized something important. Embarrassment fades much faster when you stop carrying shame that never belonged to you. One afternoon, I ran into Patricia unexpectedly at a pharmacy downtown. For a moment, both of us froze awkwardly beside the checkout line. She looked older too, softer somehow. After several uncomfortable seconds, she quietly said, "You didn't deserve what happened." Simple words. Late. But sincere. I nodded once. I know. And for the first time, I truly meant it. That was the biggest change of all. Not the divorce. Not the public fallout. Not even losing Daniel. It was finally understanding that someone else's betrayal does not define your worth. For a long time, I thought love meant enduring. Forgiving endlessly. Making yourself smaller to preserve peace. But real love should never require you to abandon your dignity just to keep someone beside you. Daniel taught me that accidentally. The same man who shattered my heart also forced me to finally see myself clearly. And strangely, I think that saved me. A few weeks ago, Mina asked if I regretted exposing the truth once everything spiraled publicly. I thought about it carefully before answering. "No," I said. Because silence would have protected everyone except me. And I had spent enough years protecting people who never protected me back. Sometimes I still think about the woman I was before all this happened. The exhausted wife standing in that airport, believing she was going home to a safe marriage. I feel tenderness toward her now, because she wasn't weak. She was loving. There's a difference. And if there's one thing I hope people understand from my story, it's this. Being loyal is not foolish. Trusting someone is not embarrassing. The shame belongs to the people who abuse love, not the people who offer it sincerely. In the end, Daniel was wrong about me. Predictable didn't mean powerless. Quiet didn't mean blind. And kind women eventually learn how to walk away, too. The autumn air drifted softly through my open windows as I sat alone on the porch that evening, wrapped in a blanket with a cup of tea warming my hands. For the first time in years, nobody expected anything from me. Nobody was lying to me. Nobody was slowly teaching me to doubt myself. And sitting there, beneath falling leaves and cold October light, I realized peace is sometimes the most beautiful ending of all. Let me tell you about betrayal. I'm Vanessa, 55. After 27 years of marriage, my husband Daniel chose to blow up our life at his medical school graduation in front of a whole crowd. I stood by him through it all. Undergrad, med school applications, those endless clinical rotations where he came home looking half dead from exhaustion. I worked overtime at a financial consulting firm, sold our Mission Beach condo with the ocean view, packed his lunches with little handwritten notes, celebrated every exam he passed like it was a national holiday. For almost 3 decades, I was his ATM, his cheerleader, his emotional safety net, wrapped into one exhausted woman who loved too deeply. Graduation day at the San Diego Convention Center felt like the finish line to a marathon I had been running barefoot. I sat in the 3rd row, wearing a navy blue dress Daniel once said made me look elegant enough to turn heads. My hands trembled with pride while families filled the giant hall with laughter, camera flashes, and whispered excitement. After years of ramen dinners, thrift store furniture, unpaid vacations, and me carrying the weight of our bills while he chased his dream of becoming a doctor, we had finally made it. Daniel looked handsome in his cream-colored graduation suit, walking across the stage like a man stepping into the future he always believed he deserved. When they announced, "Dr. Daniel Whitmore," my chest tightened so hard it almost hurt. That's my husband, I thought. We did it! The applause exploded around the room. Then everything shattered. Daniel walked toward the microphone near the stage stairs and tapped it lightly. The awful screech echoed through the hall until the crowd slowly quieted. "Excuse me," he said, with that polished, charming voice that used to make me feel safe. I honestly thought he was about to thank me. Maybe tell everyone how we survived the hard years together. Instead, he looked directly at me, straight into my eyes, and smiled. "I've decided to start a new life without Vanessa." The silence afterward felt violent. People gasped. Someone dropped a glass. I could hear chairs scraping against the floor, while hundreds of strangers stared at me like I was suddenly part of a public execution. And then I saw her. Dr. Sophia Bennett, the beautiful neurology resident with flawless makeup, expensive heels, and the kind of confidence women wear when they think they've already won. She stood near the back of the stage, smirking beside the faculty seating area, her hand resting possessively on Daniel's arm, like I was already erased. Most women would have broken right there. Not me. I smiled. A real one. Slowly, I stood up, adjusted my purse strap, and said loud enough for the room to hear, "Thank you for finally telling the truth, Daniel." Then I reached into my handbag and pulled out a thick manila envelope I had carried for weeks. I walked toward the stage calmly, while whispers exploded around me. Daniel's smile started to falter. I handed him the envelope. "Congratulations, sweetheart," I said softly. "Here's your graduation gift." Then I turned around and walked away, while the entire convention hall watched in stunned silence. He had no idea what was inside. No idea his new life was about to become much more expensive. And much harder. People always think betrayal begins with cheating. It doesn't. It begins with imbalance. with one person slowly becoming invisible while convincing themselves love is supposed to feel that way. I met Daniel when I was 28 and he was 27. Back then, he wasn't the polished future doctor everyone admired. He was just a nervous biology student working late shifts at a bookstore near downtown San Diego, surviving on caffeine and ambition. I still remember the first thing he ever said to me. "You look like someone who reads the ending of books first." I laughed so hard, coffee almost came out of my nose. That was Daniel back then. Warm, observant, funny in an awkward way that made you want to protect him from the world. At the time, I was already building my career in financial consulting. My life was stable, predictable. I owned a small condo near Mission Beach, drove a reliable car, and had finally started feeling secure after years of struggling through my 20s. Daniel felt different from the men I had dated before. He wasn't flashy. He didn't pretend to be rich. He spoke about medicine with this genuine passion that made me believe he wanted to help people, not impress them. The first few years were beautiful in the quietest ways. Cheap tacos on the beach. Studying together at midnight while I worked on spreadsheets and he memorized anatomy diagrams. Falling asleep on the couch with textbooks scattered everywhere. We built a life out of exhaustion and hope. When he got accepted into medical school, he cried in my arms for almost 10 minutes. "I couldn't have done this without you," he whispered against my shoulder. And I believed him. I married him a year later in a small oceanfront ceremony with fewer than 40 guests. Nothing extravagant, just close friends, soft music, and promises that sounded eternal at the time. Daniel slipped the wedding ring onto my finger with shaking hands. "I'll spend my whole life making this worth it," he told me. For a long time, he actually tried. Medical school changed everything. Slowly. Not all at once. That's the dangerous part. People imagine marriages explode overnight, but most relationships die quietly, one neglected moment at a time. I worked longer hours so Daniel could focus on school. Then, longer hours turned into promotions. Promotions turned into me covering nearly every expense.
Tuition.
Books. Rent. Food.
Exam fees. Clinical travel expenses.
There were years where I barely bought clothes for myself because Daniel needed another certification course or hospital rotation. But I kept telling myself it was temporary. That sacrifices were normal in marriage, especially when you love someone. Daniel's family adored me at first because I made his life easier. His mother, Patricia, used to squeeze my hand during holidays and say things like, "You saved my son." But over time, even that changed. Once Daniel started getting closer to becoming a doctor, his family slowly began treating him like he had outgrown me. Patricia started making little comments during dinners. "Doctors live very different lifestyles, Vanessa." Or, "Daniel's entering a more sophisticated world now." At first, Daniel defended me. Then eventually, he stopped correcting her. That hurt more than I admitted. Still, I ignored the signs. Because love makes intelligent women negotiate against themselves. I noticed how Daniel became more polished during residency, more image-conscious, more impatient. He suddenly cared about designer watches, luxury restaurants, networking events, and impressing hospital administrators. The humble bookstore guy I fell in love with slowly disappeared behind expensive cologne and carefully rehearsed confidence. But every time doubt crept into my mind, he knew exactly how to pull me back. One kiss on my forehead. One tired smile. One quiet, "I'm just stressed, Van." And I would forgive everything. I didn't realize I had spent years turning myself into emotional oxygen for someone who had already started breathing without me. The cruelest part? I genuinely thought we were surviving the hard years together. I didn't know Daniel had already started imagining a future where I no longer existed in it. And by the time I finally saw the cracks clearly, another woman was already standing inside them. Looking back now, I can pinpoint the exact season when Daniel stopped seeing me as his wife and started seeing me as part of his past. It was subtle at first. That's what makes betrayal so dangerous. If someone screams at you, you know there's a problem. But when they slowly withdraw affection while pretending everything is normal, your mind starts questioning itself instead of them. Daniel became colder during the final year of his residency. Not cruel. Not openly distant. Just emotionally unavailable in ways that made me feel lonely, even while sitting beside him. Our conversations started dying halfway through. "How was your shift?" I'd ask while reheating dinner. "Fine." "What did you do today?" "Nothing interesting." Then, silence. Long, exhausting silence. Meanwhile, his phone practically became another organ attached to his body. For 26 years, we shared everything. Passwords,
Bank access.
streaming accounts.
Vacation plans.
Suddenly, every device had new security settings. One night, I grabbed his phone to order takeout while mine charged upstairs. Daniel snatched it from my hand so quickly it startled me. "Why are you touching my phone?" The sharpness in his voice hit harder than the words themselves. I stared at him. "I was ordering dinner." "You could have asked first." Asked. After nearly 3 decades of marriage. I remember standing there in the kitchen, holding 2 wine glasses while something cold quietly settled into my chest. Friday date nights disappeared next. For years, no matter how busy life became, Fridays belonged to us. Sometimes fancy restaurants. Sometimes just burgers near the beach. Sometimes takeout and old movies under blankets. Then suddenly, Daniel always had extra hospital meetings, or networking dinners, or study groups. And the strange thing wasn't that he stayed late. It was how he came home afterward.
Energetic. Bright-eyed.
Smiling at texts he refused to show me. There was a glow around him I hadn't seen in years. A glow that no longer belonged to me. One evening, he came home smelling faintly like expensive floral perfume. Not overwhelming. Just enough. The kind women leave behind intentionally. I noticed it while hanging his jacket. Daniel saw my expression immediately. "A nurse hugged me after a successful procedure," he said too quickly. I nodded. Pretended to believe him. Then cried quietly in the shower later, so he wouldn't hear. Our friends started acting strange too. That part almost hurt worse. People I had known for decades suddenly became uncomfortable around me. At dinners, conversations stopped when I entered the room. Women avoided eye contact. Men overcompensated by acting overly friendly. I could practically feel pity floating around me like cigarette smoke. One night during a charity gala, I walked toward a group of doctors Daniel often socialized with. The second they noticed me approaching, the mood shifted instantly. Too instantly. One woman nearly spilled her champagne. Another forced an awkward smile and said, "Vanessa, you look amazing," in the exact tone people use at funerals. That's when I first heard Sophia Bennett's name. "She and Daniel work together constantly now," someone mentioned casually. "She's brilliant."
Brilliant.
Beautiful. Young.
Ambitious.
The words followed me home, like ghosts. I searched her name online later that night, while Daniel slept beside me. Dr. Sophia Bennett, 32. Top neurology resident.
Conference speaker.
Perfect Instagram smile. Perfect hair. Perfect life. Every photo looked polished enough to belong in a luxury skincare ad. And in almost every hospital event picture, Daniel stood nearby, not touching her. Not crossing obvious lines, but close enough that women like me notice things men think are invisible. The leaning shoulders, the private smiles, the way her eyes followed him. I told myself I was being paranoid. After all, insecure wives imagine affairs every day. I didn't want to become one of those women who destroy their marriage over suspicion. So I stayed quiet. I stayed supportive. I stayed patient. Even when Daniel started criticizing tiny things about me that had never bothered him before. "You used to care more about your appearance," You work too much. You're always tired lately. The irony nearly made me laugh. I was tired because I spent 27 years helping build his future. But suddenly, I was no longer polished enough for the life we created together. Then came April. Late April. The night everything changed. The night my instincts finally stopped whispering and started screaming. It was a Tuesday night. Ordinary in every possible way. That's the terrifying thing about life-changing moments. They rarely announce themselves before they arrive. Daniel was making tea in the kitchen while I sat on the couch pretending to watch Netflix.
Pretending.
Because by then, my mind had become a prison of unanswered questions. He walked back into the living room, carrying 2 mugs and his iPad tucked beneath his arm. "Chamomile," he said quietly, setting my cup on the coffee table. I smiled faintly. "Thanks." Then he sat on the opposite end of the couch, far enough away that it felt intentional. The distance between us wasn't measured in cushions anymore. It was measured in secrets. For nearly 20 minutes, the only sounds in the room were the television and the tapping of Daniel's fingers against the iPad screen. Every few seconds, he smiled. Not at me. At whatever conversation lived behind that glowing screen. Then his phone rang. He glanced at it quickly before standing up. "I'll be right back." The bathroom door closed upstairs, and his iPad remained on the couch, unlocked.
Bright.
Waiting. I stared at it. My heartbeat started pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. "Don't do this," I told myself. "If you look, there's no going back." But another voice inside me whispered something even worse. "What if you already know?" Slowly, I reached for the iPad. My hands were shaking. The screen opened directly into a message thread. "Sophia." A red heart beside her name. My entire body went cold. At first, my brain refused to process what I was reading. The messages looked unreal, like scenes from somebody else's marriage. "Sophia. Still thinking about last night?" "Daniel, you looked incredible in that dress." "Sophia. She suspects anything?" "Daniel. Vanessa notices less than you think." I stopped breathing for a second. Literally stopped. Then came photos. Hotel confirmations. Weekend reservations during medical conferences. Voice messages. I pressed play on one before I could stop myself. Sophia's laughter filled the living room. Soft.
Mocking.
Dangerously intimate. "She still thinks you're the good husband," she giggled. Daniel laughed too. That laugh. The same laugh he used to make while holding me in bed. "Just a little longer," he replied. After graduation, everything changes. I felt something inside me physically crack. Not metaphorically.
Physically.
Like my body could no longer carry the weight of denial. But the worst part wasn't even the affair. It was the cruelty. The jokes about me. The pity. The arrogance. They talked about me like I was an obstacle they needed to manage until Daniel's career officially launched. One message nearly made me throw up. "Sophia. She funded the whole dream. That's almost poetic." "Daniel. I know. I do feel bad sometimes." Sometimes. 27 years reduced to sometimes. I covered my mouth to keep from making noise. Upstairs, the bathroom faucet turned on. I had minutes at most. Maybe seconds. That's when survival instinct took over. I worked in finance and cybersecurity consulting for years. Evidence mattered. Proof mattered. Emotion without proof gets destroyed in courtrooms. So I moved fast. Screenshots. Email forwards. Hotel receipts. Bank transfers. Voice recordings. Every piece of betrayal I could collect before Daniel walked downstairs. My hands moved automatically, while my heart shattered in real time. One folder caught my attention immediately. Future. Inside were spreadsheets. Apartment listings. Estimated living expenses. Plans. Actual plans for their new life together. And there it was. The final knife. Daniel had been secretly transferring money from our joint accounts for months.
Carefully.
Small amounts. Enough to avoid attention. Nearly $50,000 redirected into hidden accounts under a separate financial profile. My stomach twisted violently. While I worked overtime helping him survive residency, he was quietly building an escape plan with another woman. The bathroom door upstairs opened. I placed the iPad back exactly where it had been. Then I sat there frozen, staring at the television, while tears silently rolled down my face. Daniel walked downstairs, smiling casually. "You okay?" he asked. I looked at him. Really looked at him. At the man I had loved more than myself for nearly 3 decades. And for the first time in my life, I saw a stranger. But I didn't scream. I didn't throw things. I didn't confront him. Because in that moment, something terrifying happened. The pain stopped. And logic took its place. I smiled softly and handed him his tea. "Long day?" I asked. Daniel relaxed immediately. "No idea," he sighed. "You have no idea." But I did. And from that moment forward, I stopped being his wife and started becoming the woman who would destroy the fantasy he built on my loyalty. That night, I barely slept. Daniel lay beside me, breathing peacefully, while my entire reality collapsed, inch by inch, in the dark. Every now and then, he shifted closer in his sleep, his arm brushing against mine like muscle memory. And somehow, that hurt more than the affair itself. Because part of him still behaved like my husband, while another part had already abandoned me emotionally months ago. I stared at the ceiling until sunrise, replaying every moment from the last 2 years. Every canceled dinner. Every hospital emergency. Every unexplained smile at his phone. The signs had been everywhere. I just kept choosing love over instinct. Around 5 in the morning, Daniel rolled over and kissed my shoulder, half asleep. "I love you," he murmured automatically.
Automatic.
Like saying good morning to a stranger in an elevator. I closed my eyes for a second because I genuinely thought I might break apart. "Love you too," I whispered back. Not because I meant it, but because I suddenly understood something important. The woman who reacts emotionally loses. The woman who stays calm survives. Over the next few days, I played my role perfectly. Supportive wife. Loving partner. The same Vanessa he thought he had already outsmarted. I packed his lunches. Asked about his shifts. Smiled during dinners. Even laughed at one of his jokes, while something inside me quietly died. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, I started building my case. Every free moment became research. Documentation.
Preparation.
At work, I locked myself inside my office during lunch breaks, reading divorce laws and financial protection statutes like my future depended on it. Because it did. That's when I contacted Evelyn Carter, one of the most respected divorce attorneys in San Diego. A woman famous for dismantling manipulative spouses without raising her voice once. Her office overlooked the harbor, all glass walls and intimidating silence. When I first sat across from her, I almost lost my composure. Not because of the legal situation, because saying it out loud made the betrayal real. "My husband is having an affair," I said quietly. Evelyn studied me carefully. "How long have you known?" "A week." "And he doesn't know you know?" I shook my head. "Good," she replied immediately. The word startled me. Good. Not tragic. Not heartbreaking.
Strategic.
I handed her the evidence folder. Texts. Voice recordings.
Financial records.
Hotel receipts. Evelyn spent nearly 40 minutes reviewing everything without interruption. Then she slowly removed her glasses. "Vanessa," she said carefully, Your husband has been extraordinarily reckless. A bitter laugh escaped my throat. That obvious? He documented his own misconduct better than most forensic accountants. For the first time in days, I almost smiled. Almost. Then Evelyn found the hidden account transfers. Her expression hardened instantly. This changes things. How bad? For him? She leaned back in her chair. Very. That meeting lasted nearly 3 hours. By the time I walked out of her office, grief had transformed into something colder.
Clarity.
I discovered things Daniel either forgot or assumed I'd never notice. The house remained solely under my name because I purchased it before marriage and refinanced it independently years earlier. Our prenuptial agreement was still fully enforceable. And unlike Daniel, I actually understood every line we had signed 27 years ago. Especially the fidelity clause. If either spouse committed documented infidelity involving shared marital assets, financial protections shifted dramatically. Daniel had not only cheated, he had funded the affair. With our money. I should have felt victorious. Instead, I felt exhausted. One evening, about 10 days after discovering everything, Daniel came home unusually cheerful. He loosened his tie while pouring himself wine. Big day? I asked casually. You could say that. He smiled at his phone again. That smile. God, I hated that smile by then. Then he walked behind me and kissed the top of my head. You've always been there for me, Vanessa. My chest tightened painfully. For one dangerous second, I wanted to scream. To throw the wine glass against the wall. To ask him how he could touch me with the same hands he used to hold another woman. Instead, I stayed still. What brought this on? I asked softly. He shrugged. Just thinking. No. He wasn't thinking. That was the problem. People like Daniel convince themselves betrayal becomes acceptable once they emotionally rewrite the story. In his version, I had become the boring wife who no longer fit his exciting new future. The woman who financed the dream, but no longer belonged inside it. That night, I stood alone in our bathroom, staring at my reflection for nearly 20 minutes. I looked older than I remembered. Tired. Drained. Not because another woman was prettier. Not because my marriage was ending. But because I realized how thoroughly I had abandoned myself while building someone else's life. I whispered one question to my reflection. What did you ignore to keep him comfortable? The answer was brutal. Everything. And for the first time in 27 years, I stopped blaming myself for his choices. The closer Daniel got to graduation, the bolder he became. That's the thing about people living double lives. Eventually, they stop hiding carefully because they start believing they deserve the fantasy more than the truth. Sophia was everywhere now. Hospital charity events, faculty dinners, residency celebrations. Even people outside the medical community had started quietly connecting them together. And somehow, I became the last person everyone expected to finally figure it out. One afternoon, I attended a hospital fundraiser with Daniel because appearances still mattered to him. Especially before graduation. He spent nearly the entire evening drifting toward Sophia, like gravity kept pulling them together. Nothing obvious, nothing dramatic. But women notice emotional intimacy long before physical proof appears. The lingering eye contact. Private jokes whispered too softly for others to hear. The way Sophia touched his arm while laughing.
Possessive. Comfortable.
Practiced. At one point, I walked toward the bar and overheard 2 residents talking behind me. I feel bad for his wife. She probably knows. No, trust me. Daniel said she's completely clueless. My body went completely still. They noticed me seconds later and nearly choked on their drinks. The brunette immediately whispered, "Oh my God." I simply smiled politely and ordered another glass of wine. But inside, humiliation burned like acid. Not because my husband cheated, because apparently I had become entertainment. A sad story passed around hospital hallways between surgeries and coffee breaks. That night in the car, Daniel kept talking casually about graduation plans, while I stared out the passenger window, gripping my purse so tightly my fingers hurt. "Mom wants to host dinner afterward," he said. "She already invited half the family." I nodded quietly. Then he glanced at me. "You okay?" "Just tired." That answer had become my armor. Tired. Not devastated. Not betrayed. Not preparing legal destruction behind his back. Just tired. Meanwhile, Evelyn and I were building something airtight. Every week uncovered worse details. Daniel and Sophia weren't simply having an affair. They were planning a transition, carefully timed around his graduation and upcoming fellowship opportunities. There were emails discussing when he should officially leave me. Texts about avoiding public suspicion until his career position stabilized. Even conversations about using profits from selling our house to fund their future together. Our house. The one legally protected under my name. The arrogance almost impressed me. But the deepest cut came from Daniel's mother. Patricia invited me to lunch about 2 weeks before graduation. At first I thought guilt had finally reached her. Instead, she spent nearly an hour subtly preparing me for abandonment without actually admitting she knew about the affair. "Men change when they become successful," she said carefully while stirring her iced tea. I stared at her. What's that supposed to mean? She avoided eye contact. Daniel's entering a very different world now. There it was again. Different world.
Sophisticated. Elevated.
As if becoming a doctor suddenly erased 27 years of loyalty. "Are you trying to tell me something?" I asked quietly. Patricia sighed dramatically. "I just think you should prepare yourself emotionally for possible changes." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny. Because the audacity was unbelievable. This woman had accepted my financial support for her son for decades, smiled while I paid tuition, praised my sacrifices during every holiday dinner. And now she sat across from me, speaking like I was some temporary chapter Daniel had outgrown. "Did you know about Sophia?" I finally asked. The silence answered before she did. Patricia looked down at her glass. "Daniel deserves happiness too." That sentence changed something inside me. Permanently. Not anger. Not revenge.
Detachment.
Complete emotional detachment. I walked out of that restaurant understanding there was no marriage left to save. No misunderstanding. No temporary crisis. These people had already rewritten history to justify their cruelty. In their version, Daniel wasn't betraying his wife. He was evolving beyond her. A few days later, I uncovered the final piece. 3 weeks earlier, I had installed a miniature security camera inside Daniel's home office after noticing how secretive his late-night study sessions had become. I hated doing it. Hated the person suspicion was turning me into. But instinct told me there was more. And instinct was right. The footage made my stomach turn. Video calls between Daniel and Sophia that crossed every boundary imaginable. Conversations mocking me. Detailed discussions about finances. Even one horrifying exchange where Sophia laughed and said, "She practically built your career for me." Daniel didn't defend me. He laughed too. That was the moment grief finally transformed into something colder than heartbreak.
Finality.
I brought everything to Evelyn. The recordings. The financial transfers. The affair timeline. She reviewed the material carefully before looking up at me. "Vanessa," she said quietly, "this is what we call nuclear-level evidence." I sat there, numb. Will it matter? Evelyn's expression sharpened. "Oh, it'll matter." Then she closed the folder slowly. "And your husband has absolutely no idea what's coming." Neither did Sophia. Neither did Patricia. Because while they were busy celebrating Daniel's shiny new future, they completely underestimated the woman who helped build it. 3 nights before graduation, I sat alone in my car outside the beach for almost 2 hours. The ocean was black under the night sky, waves crashing hard enough to shake the silence around me. I used to love this place. Daniel and I came here during our first year of marriage, when we were too broke to afford real dates. We'd sit on the hood of his old Honda sharing cheap fries and talking about the future like it belonged entirely to us. Back then, he used to hold my hand constantly, like he was afraid I might disappear. Now I sat there alone, wondering when exactly I became disposable. That was the hardest part of betrayal. Not losing the person. Losing the version of yourself that believed you were loved. I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel and finally cried the way I'd been holding back for weeks. Not elegant tears. Not movie tears. The kind that leave your chest aching afterward. The kind that make breathing feel exhausting. 27 years. 27 years of loyalty, sacrifice, compromise, emotional labor, financial support, and unconditional belief in a man who eventually decided another woman fit his success better. I kept replaying old memories, trying to figure out which moments were real. Did he love me when we danced barefoot in our first apartment kitchen? Did he mean it when he held me after my father died? Did he mean it every time he said, "I couldn't survive this without you"? Or had I simply been useful? That question haunted me more than the affair itself. Because cheating destroys trust. But feeling used destroys identity. When I finally got home, the house was dark except for the office light upstairs. Daniel was still awake. Probably talking to Sophia, planning their future, while I sat in parking lots, mourning a marriage he had already emotionally buried months earlier. I stayed downstairs for a long time, staring at our family photos.
Vacations.
Christmas mornings.
Anniversary dinners.
27 years captured in smiling frames. Suddenly, the entire house felt like a museum, dedicated to a woman who no longer existed. Around midnight, Daniel came downstairs wearing sweatpants and carrying his laptop. He looked surprised to see me awake. "You okay?" he asked softly. That question almost destroyed me. Because for one dangerous second, I wanted to tell him everything. I wanted to scream. "No, Daniel, I'm not okay. I know about Sophia. I know about the money. I know you've been planning to leave me like I'm some outdated version of your life." Instead, I just nodded. Couldn't sleep. He walked into the kitchen and poured water into a glass. Then he looked at me carefully. "You've seemed distant lately." The hypocrisy was so surreal, I nearly laughed.
Distant.
As if I were the one secretly building a life with another person. As if I were the one lying every single day. "You ever feel," I asked quietly before I could stop myself, "like you spend so much time helping someone become who they want to be, that eventually they stop seeing you completely?" Daniel froze slightly. Just for a second. Then he recovered. "You're overthinking again." Overthinking. That word. Women hear it every time intuition threatens a comfortable lie. I looked at him sitting across from me in our kitchen, and suddenly realized something terrifying. He genuinely believed he was the victim. In his mind, he had already justified everything. The affair. The deception. The financial betrayal. Because once selfish people decide they deserve happiness, empathy becomes inconvenient. That realization hollowed me out completely. After he went back upstairs, I stayed at the kitchen table until nearly sunrise. I thought about canceling everything. The lawyer. The evidence. The confrontation. Part of me still wanted my husband back. Not the man he had become. The man he used to be. But grief has a cruel phase where you mourn someone who's still alive. And eventually, exhaustion replaced sadness. I stopped crying. Stopped shaking. Stopped hoping. By morning, I finally accepted the truth. The marriage was already over. I had simply been the last person informed. And somehow, strangely, that acceptance hurt less than denial. Because once your heart hits bottom, there's nowhere left to fall. Only a decision left to make. Stay broken. Or stand up. Graduation morning arrived bright and beautiful. Cruelly beautiful. San Diego sunlight flooded the city, like the universe hadn't just finished dismantling my entire marriage. Daniel stood in our bedroom, adjusting his tie, while soft jazz played from his phone. Calm.
Confident.
Completely unaware that the version of his life he planned to unveil publicly was already collapsing behind the scenes. "You nervous?" I asked while fastening my earrings. He smiled at his reflection. "A little." "You'll do great." The words tasted strange coming out of my mouth. Not because they were false. Because, despite everything, part of me still meant them. That was the tragedy of loving someone deeply. Your heart doesn't stop immediately just because your trust does. At the convention center, families flooded every hallway, carrying flowers, cameras, balloons, and impossible amounts of pride. Daniel's mother hugged him dramatically near the entrance. "My son, the doctor," Patricia whispered tearfully. Then she looked at me. Not warmly. Not coldly either. Just awkwardly. Like she already knew I no longer belonged in the future they were celebrating. I smiled politely anyway. By then, I had reached a terrifying level of calm. Not weakness.
Control.
The manila envelope rested quietly inside my handbag, beneath my folded program booklet. Divorce papers.
Financial evidence.
Documentation of hidden accounts. Every secret Daniel believed he still controlled. I spotted Sophia across the hall, wearing an elegant ivory dress that probably cost more than most people's rent. She looked radiant.
Victorious.
When her eyes met mine, she hesitated for half a second. Maybe guilt. Maybe fear. Maybe simply surprise that I still carried myself with dignity instead of public humiliation. Then she walked toward Daniel and kissed his cheek. Right in front of me. Subtle enough to remain technically innocent. Intimate enough to send a message. Daniel looked uncomfortable for exactly 2 seconds before allowing it. That tiny moment told me everything. He wasn't confused anymore. He had chosen. And suddenly, I felt free. Not happy. Not healed. Free. Because once someone finally reveals themselves completely, you stop wasting energy trying to save the illusion. The ceremony began. Names echoed through the giant hall while families applauded one graduate after another. Then came Daniel. Dr. Daniel Whitmore. The applause thundered around me while he crossed the stage, smiling proudly beneath the bright lights. And honestly, for one brief moment, I still felt proud of him. Not as my husband, but as the man I once loved enough to help build from nothing. Then he reached the microphone. And history unfolded exactly the way he planned. Just not the ending. I've decided to start a new life without Vanessa. Gasps spread through the audience instantly. People turned toward me in horror. Daniel clearly expected tears.
Shock. Collapse.
Instead, I stood slowly, smiling. The confusion on his face was almost immediate. Then I walked toward the stage. Every heel click echoed through the silent convention hall like a countdown. Sophia's confident expression began fading the closer I got. Daniel swallowed hard. I handed him the envelope carefully. "What's this?" he asked under his breath. "Your graduation gift," I replied softly. Then, for the first time in weeks, I looked directly into his eyes, without grief clouding my vision. "You should open it." I turned to leave. But before I stepped away completely, I leaned closer and whispered one final sentence only he could hear. "You underestimated the wrong woman." Then I walked off stage. The room exploded into whispers behind me. I barely reached the exit doors before hearing it. "Vanessa!" Daniel's voice cracked violently across the hall. Not confident anymore. not polished. Panicked. I didn't turn around. The glass doors slid open as his shouting echoed behind me. What the hell is this? Outside, cool air hit my face. For the first time in months, I could breathe deeply. My phone started vibrating almost immediately. Texts. Calls. Voicemails. But one call mattered most. Evelyn. I answered calmly. It's done, I said. Her voice remained perfectly composed. Good, then you should know something else. I stopped beside my car. What? The hospital board received an anonymous ethics complaint this morning regarding Dr. Daniel Whitmore and Dr. Sophia Bennett. I closed my eyes slowly. Not satisfaction. Not revenge. Just inevitability. What happens now? I asked quietly. Evelyn paused. Now the truth starts moving faster than they can control it. And standing there beneath the bright California sun, I finally realized I wasn't losing my life that day. I was taking it back. 3 weeks later, we sat inside San Diego County Family Court while Daniel's new fantasy quietly disintegrated around him. I almost didn't recognize him. The man who stood proudly on that graduation stage now looked exhausted in a wrinkled gray suit that no longer fit his confidence. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His posture had changed too, smaller somehow, like stress had physically compressed him. Sophia wasn't there. That alone told me everything. People who help destroy marriages rarely stay once consequences become expensive. Daniel sat beside his attorney, Richard Coleman, a high-profile divorce lawyer known for protecting wealthy professionals. Unfortunately for Daniel, charm and status meant very little when evidence existed. Evelyn sat calmly beside me, flipping through documents with the relaxed confidence of someone who already knew the outcome. When Judge Elena Ramirez entered the courtroom, the atmosphere shifted instantly. She carried the kind of authority that silences people without effort. After brief introductions, Richard began presenting Daniel as the tragic victim of an emotionally distant marriage. According to him, Daniel had sacrificed years of his life pursuing medicine while enduring emotional neglect at home. I almost admired the performance. Almost. Then Evelyn stood and dismantled everything. Methodically. Precisely. Without raising her voice once. She presented the prenuptial agreement first. Valid. Binding. Still fully enforceable after 27 years. Richard attempted to challenge it immediately. Your Honor, circumstances changed significantly during the marriage. Judge Ramirez barely looked impressed. Did your client sign willingly with legal counsel present? Richard hesitated. Yes. Then continue. Next came the financial records. Hidden transfers. Secret accounts. Nearly $50,000 quietly moved while Daniel planned his future with Sophia. Judge Ramirez's expression hardened visibly the longer Evelyn spoke. Then came the affair evidence. Hotel bookings. Messages. Voice recordings.
Photographs.
The hidden office footage. Every lie Daniel built collapsed piece by piece inside that courtroom. At one point, Evelyn played a short audio clip where Sophia laughed and called me the woman funding their future. Daniel physically flinched hearing it aloud. Good. For the first time, he had to experience his own cruelty outside the fantasy bubble where he justified it. Richard tried pivoting toward emotional arguments. Your Honor, despite mistakes in the marriage, Dr. Whitmore contributed significantly to the household through his future earning potential. Judge Ramirez cut him off instantly. Future earning potential does not erase documented financial misconduct or infidelity involving marital assets. Silence. Heavy silence. Then the ruling came.
Clear. Final.
The house remained mine. Protected assets remained mine. Daniel forfeited spousal support rights under the fidelity clause and financial misconduct provisions. The hidden account transfers severely damaged his credibility. 27 years of marriage ended in less than 2 hours. Just like that. When the hearing ended, Daniel approached me outside the courtroom. For a moment, he looked like the man I used to know. Not arrogant. Not defensive. Just broken. Vanessa. I stopped walking, but didn't move closer. I never thought it would go this far, he said quietly. I studied him for several seconds. That's the problem, I replied. You never thought about consequences at all. His eyes filled with something that might have been regret. Or self-pity. Sometimes they look identical. I did love you, he whispered. The sentence landed strangely inside me. Because I think part of him believed it. People can love you and still betray you when their ego becomes more important than your humanity. That version of you may have existed once, I said softly, but he disappeared a long time ago. Then I walked away. And this time, he didn't follow. The fallout spread quickly afterward. Medical communities thrive on reputation, and scandals travel faster than achievements. The ethics investigation surrounding Daniel and Sophia expanded almost immediately once financial misconduct and workplace relationship concerns surfaced. Hospital administrators hate liability, especially public embarrassment. Sophia quietly disappeared from several upcoming fellowship opportunities within weeks. Daniel's prestigious research placement was postponed indefinitely. Funny how professionally they phrased career collapse. Even Patricia stopped defending him publicly after realizing how much evidence existed. Turns out, family loyalty weakens dramatically when social humiliation enters the conversation. Meanwhile, something unexpected happened to me. Peace. Not instantly. Not perfectly. But gradually. The kind of peace that comes after surviving something you thought would destroy you. I sold the old house 6 months later. Not because I lost it, because I no longer needed to live inside memories built around someone else. Around that same time, I launched Whitmore Financial Protection Consulting, a specialized service helping people, especially women, protect themselves during toxic divorces and financial manipulation cases. What began as survival slowly became purpose. Client after client walked into my office carrying the same devastated expression I once saw in my own mirror. Confused. Ashamed. Heartbroken. And every time I helped someone protect themselves, I healed a little too. Daniel thought graduation day would mark the beginning of a glamorous new life. Instead, it became the day the illusion collapsed. Not because I destroyed him. Because eventually, selfish people destroy themselves the moment truth finally catches up to them. And truth always catches up eventually. 6 months after the divorce, I found myself sitting at a small cafe overlooking La Jolla Cove just before sunset. The ocean glowed gold beneath the fading light, while strangers laughed nearby, completely unaware that a woman at the corner table was quietly rebuilding her life from ashes. In front of me sat a handwritten thank you letter from one of my clients. A woman named Rebecca, whose husband had secretly drained their accounts while carrying on an affair with a coworker. At the bottom of the letter, she wrote, "You helped me remember that betrayal says more about the character of the person who lies than the person who trusted them." I read that sentence 3 times, because for months after Daniel's affair, I kept asking myself the wrong question. What was wrong with me? Was I too old? Too boring? Too exhausted from years of responsibility? But healing finally taught me something important. Loyal women are not difficult to replace because they lack value. They are difficult to replace because people rarely appreciate loyalty until they lose access to it. Daniel thought he was upgrading his life. What he really did was abandon the one person who loved him before success made him desirable to everyone else. And eventually, reality stripped away the fantasy he risked everything to chase. I heard through mutual friends that Sophia left him shortly after the court ruling and hospital investigation fallout. Apparently, financial uncertainty made their romance much less exciting. That information didn't satisfy me the way people assume it would, because revenge doesn't heal betrayal. Peace does. Closure does. Self-respect does. The real victory wasn't watching Daniel lose things. The real victory was realizing I survived losing someone I once believed I couldn't live without. Some mornings, I still wake up feeling the ghost of my old life. 27 years doesn't disappear cleanly. Certain songs still hurt. Certain restaurants still carry memories. Sometimes I still catch myself wanting to text him when something funny happens. Then I remember, the man I miss no longer exists. Maybe he hasn't existed for a very long time. But I exist. Stronger. Wiser. More whole than I was during the final years of that marriage. Because somewhere between heartbreak and rebuilding, I finally learned the difference between loving someone and abandoning yourself for them. If there's one thing I want anyone listening to this story to remember, it's this. Never make another person your entire identity. Support the people you love. Fight for your marriage.
Sacrifice when necessary.
But never disappear inside someone else's dream so completely that you forget your own worth when they stop appreciating you. Daniel graduated that day, believing freedom meant leaving me behind. What he didn't understand was that I graduated too. Not with a medical degree. With something far more painful and far more valuable. The ability to survive betrayal without losing myself. And honestly, that became the beginning of my real life. My husband Marcus and I were married 4 years when everything fell apart. I run a successful jewelry business with my brothers. He owns a small cafe downtown. I thought we had a solid foundation. Me with my growing business, him with his cherished cafe that I helped fund. I was completely wrong. It started with what seemed like an innocent comment he made while we were sitting in our apartment living room one rainy Thursday evening. "There's this new girl who comes into the cafe," he said casually while scrolling through his phone. "She's actually really interesting." At first, I barely reacted. Customers came and went all the time. Marcus had always been naturally friendly, charming in a quiet way that made people open up around him. But something in his voice caught my attention before I could stop myself from noticing it. There was warmth there.
Excitement.
A softness I hadn't heard directed at me in months. "What's her name?" I asked, pretending to focus on the invoice sheets spread across my lap. "Alina," he replied immediately. Too immediately. "She's from Romania. Blonde, really smart, obsessed with literature. She reads all those Russian novels you hate." Then he laughed to himself, like he was replaying a private memory. I remember forcing a small smile, even though something heavy settled deep in my stomach. "That's nice," I said quietly. "Always good to have customers you connect with." But over the following days, Alina became impossible to escape. Marcus mentioned her constantly, while making coffee in the morning, while watching TV at night, while climbing into bed beside me. She's traveled all over Europe. She has this accent that makes every story sound dramatic. She actually understands symbolism in books. The way he described her didn't sound like a cafe owner talking about a customer. It sounded like a man falling in love in slow motion. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. After all, I wasn't exactly the perfect wife. I worked long hours at the jewelry business with my brothers. I missed dinners. I forgot anniversaries sometimes. Marcus often complained that I had become emotionally distant, too practical, too consumed by numbers and suppliers and expansion plans. "You never notice things anymore, Sophia," he once told me quietly. At the time, I brushed it off. I thought stability was enough. I thought loyalty was automatic after marriage. I had no idea another woman was already slipping into the spaces between us while I was busy trying to build our future. And by the time I realized how deep it had gone, my marriage was already dying. The worst part? The betrayal didn't happen all at once. It happened slowly. One conversation. One lie. One secret meeting at a time. Until the man sleeping beside me every night became someone I no longer recognized. And the woman he chose over me turned our entire marriage into entertainment for strangers online. Before everything collapsed, Marcus and I looked like the kind of couple people secretly envied. I was 29 when we got married. Focused, ambitious, stubborn to a fault. My brothers and I had inherited our father's small jewelry shop after he passed away unexpectedly, and over the years, we transformed it into a successful custom jewelry business with private clients, online sales, and celebrity partnerships. Work became my entire identity without me even realizing it. Marcus was different from me in almost every way. He was warm where I was guarded, creative where I was structured, emotional where I was logical. We met 6 years earlier at a bookstore cafe downtown when I accidentally spilled iced coffee across a stack of architecture magazines he was reading. I still remember the amused smile on his face while I panicked and apologized. "You look more upset than I am," he told me softly. "I just ruined your stuff." "They're magazines, not family heirlooms." That was Marcus, easygoing, gentle, the kind of man who could calm a room simply by lowering his voice. Back then, he dreamed of opening his own cafe someday, not a trendy corporate place, but somewhere warm and intimate where people stayed for hours reading books and talking about life. I believed in that dream so much that when our business finally became profitable, I helped fund it myself. I covered most of the startup costs. The location, the furniture, the espresso machines he spent months researching obsessively. I never held it over his head because I genuinely loved seeing him happy. The cafe became his world. And for a while, I loved that world too. I'd stop by after work and find him laughing with customers behind the counter, flour on his shirt, hair messy, eyes bright with life. He always looked most alive there. Sometimes he'd pull me into the kitchen just to make me taste some new pastry recipe. "Be honest," he'd say nervously. Then I'd tease him dramatically before admitting it was amazing. Those moments felt real.
Solid.
Like the kind of memories that survive decades. But somewhere along the way, things shifted so gradually I didn't notice until it was too late. The jewelry business expanded rapidly. More clients, more pressure, more responsibilities. I started getting home later and later. Marcus tried talking to me about it at first. "You're here physically," he told me one night while we ate dinner in silence, "but mentally you're still at work." "I'm building our future," I replied without looking up from my emails. "I know," he whispered. "I just miss my wife." At the time, I thought he was being dramatic. I thought love meant understanding sacrifice. But looking back now, I can see the loneliness growing inside him, little by little. And instead of addressing it together like mature adults, we both retreated into separate emotional worlds. Mine was work. His became fantasy. Marcus adored romance novels. He could spend hours talking about characters, emotional arcs, tragic love stories. Meanwhile, I barely had time to finish reading text messages. Sometimes he'd excitedly tell me about a book he loved, and I'd nod absent-mindedly while answering supplier calls. I didn't realize how invisible that made him feel. Still, none of that justified what came later. Neglect is painful. Loneliness is painful. But betrayal is a choice. And Marcus made that choice repeatedly. The first time I sensed something truly changing was about 2 months before I discovered the affair. He started caring about his appearance in ways that felt unfamiliar. New cologne. Better clothes. Longer gym sessions. He suddenly became protective of his phone, too. Not aggressively. Subtly. Turning the screen away. Taking calls outside. Smiling at messages he wouldn't explain. At first I ignored it because I trusted him completely. Marcus wasn't the type, I told myself. He was affectionate, soft-hearted, loyal. At least that's who I believed he was. Then, one evening, while folding laundry together, he casually mentioned Alina for the very first time. And something in my chest tightened instantly. "She's fascinating," he said while staring off slightly. "You'd actually like her." That comment stayed with me long after the conversation ended. Because married people know each other. We notice tone changes, energy shifts, the difference between casual interest and emotional attachment. And Marcus already sounded emotionally attached. I just wasn't ready to admit it yet. So instead, I convinced myself I was insecure.
Controlling. Paranoid.
I ignored every warning sign because the alternative was too terrifying to face. I had built my entire adult life around this man. And deep down, I think part of me already knew. If I looked too closely, I would find something that would destroy me. After Marcus first mentioned Alina, her name slowly became part of our daily life, whether I wanted it there or not. At breakfast, he'd mention some philosophical conversation they'd had while closing the cafe. During dinner, he'd repeat her opinions about books or relationships like they were profound revelations. Even his body language changed when he talked about her. His eyes lit up. His voice softened. Sometimes he smiled unconsciously before realizing I was watching him. And every single time, a quiet ache settled deeper inside my chest. One Saturday afternoon, my younger brother Daniel noticed it before I even admitted it to myself. We were finalizing custom wedding ring orders at the showroom when he looked up from his laptop and asked casually, "Everything okay with Marcus?" I frowned immediately. "Why?" "You just look tired lately." "I am tired." Daniel leaned back in his chair slowly. "Sophia, I'm not trying to start drama, but last week I stopped by the cafe and your husband was sitting pretty close to some blonde woman." I felt my stomach tighten. "What blonde woman?" He introduced her as Alina. The name alone made my pulse spike. Daniel hesitated before continuing. "They weren't doing anything inappropriate exactly. It just felt..." He searched for the word carefully. "Intimate." I immediately defended Marcus. "She's just a customer. They both like literature." But even while saying it, I heard how weak it sounded. That night, I brought her up carefully while Marcus cooked pasta in the kitchen. So, Daniel met Alina. Marcus stiffened almost invisibly before forcing a laugh. "Oh yeah? What did he think of her?" Interesting response, I remember thinking. Not, "Why was she there?" Not, "What happened?" He wanted to know what my brother thought of her. "He said you two seemed close." Marcus sighed dramatically and dropped the spoon into the sauce pot. "Here we go." "What does that mean?" "It means everybody suddenly thinks men and women can't be friends without sleeping together." I crossed my arms. "I didn't say that." "You implied it." The defensiveness in his voice surprised me. Marcus usually avoided confrontation whenever possible, but now his reactions came fast and sharp any time Alina entered the conversation. "She just understands me," he muttered finally. The words hit harder than he probably intended. "What exactly is that supposed to mean?" He rubbed his forehead tiredly. "It means she listens when I talk, Sophia." The kitchen suddenly felt very small. Very quiet. "I listen to you." "No," he said softly. "You hear me. That's different." I remember staring at him while hurt spread slowly through my chest. Part of me wanted to scream. Another part felt guilty because maybe there was truth in what he said. That confusion became the emotional trap that kept me silent far longer than I should have stayed silent. Over the next few weeks, the tension between us grew heavier. Marcus started staying later at the cafe more frequently. Sometimes he came home smelling unfamiliar, like expensive perfume mixed with cigarette smoke and cold night air. When I asked questions, he always had explanations ready. Busy inventory nights. Extra customers. Book club discussions. Coffee supplier meetings. None of them sounded outrageous individually. That was what made it so dangerous. Infidelity rarely announces itself dramatically in the beginning. It hides inside ordinary excuses. One evening, I decided to surprise him. I left work early, bought his favorite chocolate croissants from a bakery near our apartment, and drove to the cafe unannounced. The place was busy with students typing on laptops and couples sitting near the windows. Marcus stood behind the counter laughing. Not politely. Not casually. Really laughing. The kind of open, genuine laugh I hadn't heard from him in months. And standing across from him was Alina. Tall.
Elegant.
Blonde hair falling over her shoulders. One hand resting comfortably against the counter, while Marcus looked at her like she was the only person in the room. Then she reached over and brushed flour off his shirt. Such a tiny gesture. But my entire body reacted instantly. Marcus looked up and saw me standing there. The smile disappeared from his face immediately. "Sophia," he said too quickly. Alina turned toward me with calm confidence. "You must be his wife," she said warmly, extending her hand. "I've heard so much about you." That sentence alone made my skin crawl. Because why had he talked about me enough for her to feel comfortable saying that? I shook her hand politely anyway. Her grip was soft.
Controlled.
Her eyes moved over me carefully, almost like she was comparing herself against the woman Marcus went home to every night. "I was just leaving," she said smoothly. But she didn't look embarrassed. Or nervous. If anything, she looked comfortable. Too comfortable. Marcus barely made eye contact with me after she walked out. The silence between us while I unpacked the pastries felt suffocating. Finally, I asked quietly, "Are you having an emotional affair?" His head snapped toward me. "What?" "You talk about her constantly. You spend hours together. You light up around her in ways you don't around me anymore." Marcus laughed once in disbelief. "You're seriously doing this right now?" "I'm asking a real question. She's my friend. You barely even knew her a month ago." He stepped back from the counter, irritation flashing across his face. "You know what your problem is, Sophia? You think providing money automatically makes you a good partner." The words hit like a slap. I never said that. You don't have to say it. I felt tears threaten behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. "I came here to surprise my husband," I whispered, "not fight with him." For a brief second, guilt crossed his face. Then, it vanished. That was the moment I truly understood something was deeply wrong. Not because of Alina. Because Marcus was already emotionally choosing her over me. And once someone starts protecting another person more than their own marriage, the relationship is already standing at the edge of collapse. 3 weeks after my first uncomfortable meeting with Alina, I stopped believing I was imagining things. By then, Marcus barely hid how attached he'd become to her. He smiled at his phone constantly. He started sleeping with it face down beside him. And whenever I entered a room unexpectedly, he reacted with that tiny, startled movement guilty people never realize they make. Still, I kept trying to save us. I booked dinner reservations, suggested weekend trips, even started leaving work earlier twice a week just so we could spend time together again. Marcus noticed the effort, but instead of bringing us closer, it almost seemed to annoy him. Like my sudden attention interrupted something else he emotionally preferred. Then came the night everything shattered. It was a Tuesday. Rain hammered against our apartment windows while I sat alone on the couch, checking invoices on my laptop. Marcus had texted hours earlier, saying the cafe was unusually busy and he'd close late. By 9:30 p.m., he still wasn't home. No updates. No calls. No explanation. I tried convincing myself not to overthink it, but anxiety kept crawling under my skin. Finally, around 10:15, I called him. Straight to voicemail. That was when something inside me snapped. I grabbed my coat, drove downtown through pouring rain, and parked across from the cafe. The lights inside were off.
Closed.
Empty. My heartbeat immediately started pounding harder. I stepped out into the cold rain and walked toward the front windows anyway, hoping maybe he was cleaning in the back. But before I reached the door, laughter echoed softly from the alley beside the building. Marcus's laughter. I froze instantly. Then I heard hers. "Alina." My entire body went numb. I moved carefully toward the alley entrance, rain soaking through my coat while my pulse thundered in my ears. And there they were. Marcus had her pinned gently against the brick wall behind the cafe, one hand tangled in her hair, the other resting against her waist, kissing her like he had been starving for her. Not hesitant. Not confused. Not guilty. Passionate.
Familiar. Intimate.
I remember physically stopping breathing for a second. The world around me suddenly sounded distant, muffled by shock. Rain dripped from my hair into my eyes, but I couldn't move. Couldn't think. Couldn't process the fact that the man I loved was touching another woman with the same tenderness he once reserved for me. Then Marcus pulled back slightly and rested his forehead against hers. "I hate going home after this," he whispered. Alina smiled sadly. One day, you won't have to. Those words shattered whatever denial I still had left. I stepped forward before I even consciously decided to. What the hell is going on? Marcus jerked backward so fast he nearly slipped on the wet pavement. His face drained of color instantly. Sophia? Alina crossed her arms slowly, but didn't look ashamed. That hurt almost more than the cheating itself. You lied to me, I whispered. Marcus ran a hand through his wet hair frantically. It's not what you think. I actually laughed. A horrible, broken laugh. You are literally kissing her in an alley behind your cafe. It just happened. No, I snapped sharply. Don't insult me like that. The rain poured harder around us, while Marcus stared at me, with panic spreading across his face. I was going to tell you. When? My voice cracked violently. After you fell in love with her completely? Alina suddenly spoke for the first time. You two clearly haven't been happy for a long time. I turned toward her so fast, she visibly stiffened. You do not get to speak about my marriage. Marcus stepped between us immediately, and that tiny, instinctive movement destroyed me in a way I still struggle to explain. Because he protected her.
Automatically.
Without thinking. In front of his wife. I felt something inside me tear open emotionally. Wow, I whispered. You're actually choosing her. That's not fair. Fair? My voice echoed through the alley. You lied to my face for weeks. You made me feel crazy for questioning your relationship with her. Marcus looked exhausted suddenly. Cornered. Like the victim of the situation, instead of the person creating it. You don't understand how lonely I've been. I stared at him in disbelief. So this is my fault? I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Alina stepped closer to him quietly, almost protective. And Marcus let her. That image burned itself permanently into my memory. The two of them standing together, while I stood alone in the rain, looking like the outsider in my own marriage. I never meant to hurt you, Marcus said softly. But by then, the damage was already irreversible. I looked at the man I had built my life around and realized something horrifying. He genuinely believed his unhappiness justified betraying me. Not just emotionally.
Physically. Repeatedly.
And somehow, he had convinced himself I deserved part of the blame. I wiped rainwater and tears from my face with shaking hands. When were you going to tell me? I asked quietly. Marcus couldn't answer. That silence told me everything. Because people planning honesty usually have a timeline. Cheaters only confess after they get caught. I looked at Alina one last time. Was any of it real to you? I asked her. Or was this just exciting because he was married? For the first time, uncertainty flickered across her face. But Marcus answered before she could. I love her. The words hit me physically, like something heavy crushing straight through my chest. Even now, I can still remember the sound of rain hitting the pavement while my marriage died in front of me. I nodded slowly. Then I looked directly at my husband and said the hardest sentence of my life. Don't come home tonight. And for the first time since we met, Marcus didn't follow me. I don't remember much about the drive home that night. Only fragments. Red traffic lights reflecting across the windshield. My hands trembling against the steering wheel. The sound of my own breathing filling the car because the silence felt unbearable otherwise. At one point, I had to pull over because I genuinely thought I was going to throw up. That was the strange thing about betrayal. People imagine screaming and dramatic breakdowns. But sometimes the pain is so deep, your body simply shuts down instead. I sat parked on a dark side street for nearly 20 minutes, staring blankly ahead, while one thought repeated over and over in my mind. He loves her. Not wanted her. Not kissed her once. Loved her. By the time I finally reached our apartment, midnight had passed. Everything inside still looked painfully normal. His jacket hanging near the door. His coffee mug in the sink. The blanket he always stole while sleeping, tossed carelessly across the couch. Ordinary objects suddenly became emotional weapons. I walked into our bedroom and just stood there. 4 years of marriage. 6 years together. And somehow, another woman had quietly slipped into the center of his heart, while I was busy believing stability meant safety. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them in that alley again. His hand on her waist. The way he looked at her. The way he stepped in front of her when I confronted them. That part replayed most violently in my head. Not the kiss. The protection. Because love reveals itself most honestly in instinct. And Marcus's instincts no longer belonged to me. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. Marcus. I stared at his name lighting up the screen, while rage and heartbreak twisted together inside me. Then another message appeared. Marcus, please let me explain. A few seconds later, Marcus, I'm outside. I looked through the apartment window and saw him standing near the entrance below, soaked from the rain, hands shoved into his coat pockets. For a brief second, I almost went downstairs. That's the humiliating truth nobody talks about after betrayal. Part of you still wants the person who destroyed you. Part of you still hopes they'll say something magical that makes the pain disappear. But another part of me remembered the look on his face when he told me he loved her. And that part won. I didn't answer. Eventually, around dawn, I heard the apartment door unlock quietly. Marcus walked inside slowly, like a stranger entering someone else's home. I stayed in bed, pretending to sleep. Not because I was afraid of confrontation, because I genuinely didn't know how to look at him anymore. He showered, changed clothes, then sat silently on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry, he whispered. Those words almost made me angry. Sorry was stepping on someone's foot accidentally. Sorry was forgetting an anniversary. This wasn't sorry. This was destruction. You lied to me for weeks, I said without turning toward him. Marcus rubbed his face tiredly. I didn't mean for it to happen. You keep saying that like affairs are natural disasters. Silence. Then finally he said quietly, I was unhappy. I turned toward him slowly after that. And instead of talking to your wife honestly, you started sleeping with another woman. His expression hardened slightly. It wasn't just sex. The fact that he needed me to understand the emotional depth of his betrayal felt almost cruel. You fell in love with her. Marcus looked down at his hands. Yes. Hearing him admit it calmly hurt worse than catching them physically together, because there was no denial left. No confusion. No ambiguity. My husband had consciously chosen another woman emotionally long before I discovered the affair. I sat up slowly, wrapping the blanket tighter around myself. How long? A month, he answered quickly. I stared at him, then laughed bitterly. That's a lie. His silence confirmed it immediately. How long, really? Marcus swallowed hard. Almost 3 months. 3 months. 3 months of sleeping beside me, kissing me goodbye, eating dinners I cooked, letting me believe our marriage still existed while he built another relationship behind my back. My chest hurt so badly, it became difficult to breathe normally. I kept asking you if something was wrong. I know. You made me feel paranoid. I know. You let me apologize for being suspicious. His eyes filled with guilt finally. I know. I wiped tears from my face angrily. What exactly was your plan here, Marcus? Leave me eventually? Keep both of us? He hesitated too long before answering. And that hesitation told me the truth. He hadn't planned anything. He wanted comfort, attention, excitement, validation. And he wanted the stability of marriage too. I never wanted to hurt you, he whispered again. I looked directly at him then. Stop saying that. He frowned slightly. Why? Because every single choice you made hurt me. That finally silenced him. The room felt unbearably heavy after that. I studied his face carefully while morning light slowly entered through the curtains. He looked exhausted, conflicted, but not devastated. Not the way I was. And suddenly I realized something terrifying. Marcus had emotionally prepared for losing me long before I even knew there was another woman. Meanwhile, I was just beginning to process the collapse of my entire life. That imbalance felt deeply cruel. Then came the question I almost didn't want answered. Are you still seeing her? Marcus closed his eyes briefly. Yes. The honesty should have mattered. Instead, it broke whatever fragile hope remained inside me. I nodded slowly. Then you need to leave. Sophia? No. My voice came out calmer than I expected. If you love someone else, and you're actively continuing the relationship, then this marriage is already over, whether either of us wants to admit it or not. Marcus stared at me helplessly. I could see guilt fighting with attachment inside him. But he still didn't choose me. Even then. Especially then. He packed a bag quietly, while I sat frozen on the bed, listening to drawers open and close. 6 years together, reduced to the sound of a suitcase zipper. Before leaving, he paused near the bedroom door. I did love you, he said softly. I looked away immediately, because hearing that in past tense nearly destroyed me. The front door closed a few seconds later, and for the first time since becoming his wife, I was completely alone. I don't remember much about the drive home that night. Only fragments. Red traffic lights reflecting across the windshield. My hands trembling against the steering wheel. The sound of my own breathing filling the car because the silence felt unbearable otherwise. At one point, I had to pull over because I genuinely thought I was going to throw up. That was the strange thing about betrayal. People imagine screaming and dramatic breakdowns, but sometimes the pain is so deep, your body simply shuts down instead. I sat parked on a dark side street for nearly 20 minutes, staring blankly ahead, while one thought repeated over and over in my mind. He loves her. Not wanted her. Not kissed her once. Loved her. By the time I finally reached our apartment, midnight had passed. Everything inside still looked painfully normal. His jacket hanging near the door. His coffee mug in the sink. The blanket he always stole while sleeping tossed carelessly across the couch. Ordinary objects suddenly became emotional weapons. I walked into our bedroom and just stood there. 4 years of marriage. 6 years together. And somehow, another woman had quietly slipped into the center of his heart, while I was busy believing stability meant safety. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them in that alley again. His hand on her waist. The way he looked at her. The way he stepped in front of her when I confronted them. That part replayed most violently in my head. Not the kiss. The protection. Because love reveals itself most honestly in instinct. And Marcus's instincts no longer belonged to me. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. Marcus. I stared at his name lighting up the screen, while rage and heartbreak twisted together inside me. Then another message appeared. Marcus, please let me explain. A few seconds later, Marcus, I'm outside. I looked through the apartment window and saw him standing near the entrance below, soaked from the rain, hands shoved into his coat pockets. For a brief second, I almost went downstairs. That's the humiliating truth nobody talks about after betrayal. Part of you still wants the person who destroyed you. Part of you still hopes they'll say something magical that makes the pain disappear. But another part of me remembered the look on his face when he told me he loved her. And that part won. I didn't answer. Eventually, around dawn, I heard the apartment door unlock quietly. Marcus walked inside slowly, like a stranger entering someone else's home. I stayed in bed, pretending to sleep. Not because I was afraid of confrontation, because I genuinely didn't know how to look at him anymore. He showered, changed clothes, then sat silently on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry, he whispered. Those words almost made me angry. Sorry was stepping on someone's foot accidentally. Sorry was forgetting an anniversary. This wasn't sorry. This was destruction. You lied to me for weeks, I said, without turning toward him. Marcus rubbed his face tiredly. I didn't mean for it to happen. You keep saying that like affairs are natural disasters.
Silence.
Then finally he said quietly, I was unhappy. I turned toward him slowly after that. And instead of talking to your wife honestly, You started sleeping with another woman. His expression hardened slightly. It wasn't just sex. The fact that he needed me to understand the emotional depth of his betrayal felt almost cruel. You fell in love with her. Marcus looked down at his hands. Yes? Hearing him admit it calmly hurt worse than catching them physically together. Because there was no denial left. No confusion. No ambiguity. My husband had consciously chosen another woman emotionally long before I discovered the affair. I sat up slowly, wrapping the blanket tighter around myself. How long? A month, he answered quickly. I stared at him, then laughed bitterly. That's a lie. His silence confirmed it immediately. How long, really? Marcus swallowed hard. Almost 3 months. 3 months. 3 months of sleeping beside me, kissing me goodbye, eating dinners I cooked, letting me believe our marriage still existed while he built another relationship behind my back. My chest hurt so badly it became difficult to breathe normally. I kept asking you if something was wrong. I know. You made me feel paranoid. I know. You let me apologize for being suspicious. His eyes filled with guilt finally. I know. I wiped tears from my face, angrily. What exactly was your plan here, Marcus? Leave me eventually? Keep both of us? He hesitated too long before answering. And that hesitation told me the truth. He hadn't planned anything. He wanted comfort, attention, excitement, validation. And he wanted the stability of marriage, too. I never wanted to hurt you, he whispered again. I looked directly at him then. Stop saying that. He frowned slightly. Why? Because every single choice you made hurt me. That finally silenced him. The room felt unbearably heavy after that. I studied his face carefully, while morning light slowly entered through the curtains. He looked exhausted. Conflicted. But not devastated. Not the way I was. And suddenly I realized something terrifying. Marcus had emotionally prepared for losing me, long before I even knew there was another woman. Meanwhile, I was just beginning to process the collapse of my entire life. That imbalance felt deeply cruel. Then came the question I almost didn't want answered. Are you still seeing her? Marcus closed his eyes briefly. Yes. The honesty should have mattered. Instead, it broke whatever fragile hope remained inside me. I nodded slowly. Then you need to leave. Sophia? No. My voice came out calmer than I expected. If you love someone else and you're actively continuing the relationship, then this marriage is already over, whether either of us wants to admit it or not. Marcus stared at me helplessly. I could see guilt fighting with attachment inside him. But he still didn't choose me. Even then. Especially then. He packed a bag quietly, while I sat frozen on the bed, listening to drawers open and close. 6 years together, reduced to the sound of a suitcase zipper. Before leaving, he paused near the bedroom door. I did love you, he said softly. I looked away immediately because hearing that in past tense nearly destroyed me. The front door closed a few seconds later. And for the first time since becoming his wife, I was completely alone. About 6 weeks after Marcus left, I hit the lowest point of my life. Up until then, anger had kept me functioning. Anger helped me wake up, helped me work, helped me avoid completely collapsing under the weight of humiliation and heartbreak. But anger burns fast. Eventually, exhaustion replaces it. And once the exhaustion arrived, everything inside me fell apart. I stopped eating properly, stopped answering friends, stopped caring about anything beyond surviving each day without crying in public. The apartment no longer felt like home. It felt haunted. Every room carried memories I couldn't escape. The kitchen where Marcus used to dance while cooking pasta. The couch where we watched movies during storms. The bedroom where he whispered promises that apparently meant nothing in the end. Some nights I slept on the living room floor because the bed felt unbearable. Other nights I stayed awake until sunrise, replaying every conversation from our marriage, searching for the exact moment I lost him. That's the cruel thing betrayal does to people. It turns memory into self-torture. You start auditing your entire existence looking for mistakes. Maybe I worked too much. Maybe I stopped listening enough. Maybe I became emotionally cold. I knew logically none of those things justified cheating. But heartbreak isn't logical. Pain always searches for reasons. One evening, I made the mistake of checking Marcus's social media again. I don't know why. Maybe part of me wanted confirmation he was miserable too. Instead, I found photos of him and Alina at a lake house outside the city, wrapped in blankets, smiling beside a fireplace, looking peaceful, like two people beginning a beautiful love story instead of standing on the ruins of someone else's marriage. My chest physically tightened so hard I struggled to breathe. Then I noticed something even worse. The comments. People praising them, calling them cute,
Romantic.
perfect together. Nobody looking at those photos would ever guess there had been a wife crying herself to sleep alone while they played soulmate online. I threw my phone across the room so hard it cracked against the wall. Then I finally broke. Not elegantly. Not quietly. I collapsed onto the kitchen floor, sobbing so violently I could barely inhale between breaths. Years of suppressed exhaustion came pouring out all at once. I loved you, I remember whispering through tears to an empty apartment. I loved you so much. And somehow, that was the most humiliating part. Not that Marcus betrayed me, that despite everything, I still loved him. A few days later, things got even worse. I received an anonymous message request on Instagram. At first, I assumed it was spam. Then I opened it. Attached was a screenshot from a private live stream. Marcus sat beside Alina, laughing while answering audience questions. One viewer commented, "Was his wife really controlling like you said?" And Alina replied, "Some people suffocate relationships without realizing it." Marcus didn't defend me, didn't correct her. He just looked down awkwardly while she continued talking. Then she laughed lightly and added, "Honestly, he looks happier now than he has in years." I stared at the screen, feeling physically sick. They weren't just having an affair anymore. They were publicly rewriting our marriage together, turning me into the emotionally cold villain so their relationship looked justified. I blocked both of them immediately after that. But the damage was already done. For several days afterward, I barely left bed except to shower and force myself to work. Daniel became genuinely worried. One night, he showed up unannounced, carrying takeout food, and found me sitting in darkness, staring blankly at the TV without actually watching it. His expression changed instantly. "Soph?" I tried forcing a smile. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." Something in his voice made tears rise immediately. Daniel sat beside me carefully. Then, without saying anything else, he just pulled me into a hug. And the second someone finally held me gently again, I completely fell apart. I cried against my younger brother's shoulder for nearly an hour. "I don't understand how he became this person," I whispered brokenly. Daniel rubbed my back slowly. "This isn't your fault. But what if I really did push him away?" "No." His voice became firmer. "Being lonely in a marriage is a conversation. Cheating is a decision." I closed my eyes tightly. He loved her. Daniel was quiet for a second before answering carefully. Maybe he loved how she made him feel. That sentence stayed with me afterward. Because deep down, I knew Marcus had always craved admiration, attention,
Emotional intensity.
and Alina gave him endless amounts of it, while I gave him stability and routine. But mature adults talk about unmet needs. They don't destroy people to satisfy them. Still, none of those realizations stopped the pain. The hardest moment came later that same night, after Daniel left. I wandered into the bathroom absent-mindedly and caught my reflection in the mirror. I barely recognized myself. Dark circles under my eyes. Weight loss. Exhaustion written across my face. I looked like a woman grieving a death. And in many ways, I was. Because the man I believed Marcus was no longer existed. Maybe he never truly had. That realization felt like drowning. I slid slowly down against the bathroom wall and sat there on the cold tile floor, hugging my knees to my chest.
Completely alone.
Completely emotionally emptied out. And for the first time since discovering the affair, I genuinely wondered if I would ever feel normal again. Not happy. Just normal. Because betrayal changes your nervous system. It changes the way you trust, the way you sleep, the way you look at people. And sitting there in that silent apartment, I honestly couldn't imagine ever opening my heart safely again. That was the lowest point. The moment where I stopped mourning my marriage and started mourning the version of myself that existed before Marcus broke her. The turning point came when I finally stopped asking why Marcus betrayed me and started asking who Alina really was. Up until then, I had viewed her as the woman my husband fell in love with. Beautiful.
Intellectual.
Emotionally attentive. But something about the livestream message kept bothering me. The way she spoke about relationships sounded rehearsed somehow. Too polished. Too performative. Like she had played this role before. About 2 weeks after my breakdown, Natalie called me unexpectedly while I was leaving work. "You need to come meet me," she said immediately. Her tone was serious enough that my stomach tightened. "What happened?" "It's about Marcus and Alina." 20 minutes later, I sat across from her inside a quiet wine bar while she slid her phone across the table toward me. "Look at the username." I frowned. The account displayed on screen belonged to some relationship content page I'd never seen before. Thousands of followers. Short clips about emotional intimacy, seduction, relationships, feminine energy. Then I saw Alina. My chest tightened instantly. In the video, she sat beside another blonde woman, laughing while discussing emotionally neglected husbands. I turned the volume up slowly. "Married men are actually the easiest," Alina said casually. "Especially the lonely ones. They want to feel admired again." My entire body went cold. Natalie watched my face carefully. "There's more." She clicked another clip. This time, Alina openly discussed affairs. Not her affair specifically.
Affairs in general.
"They always say they'll leave eventually," she laughed. "Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Either way, they become emotionally addicted first." I stared at the screen in disbelief. This can't be real. "Oh, it gets worse," Natalie whispered. She opened another page. OnlyFans. My stomach dropped instantly. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then I recognized Alina immediately in several blurred promotional images posing with different men. Some faces hidden. Some partially visible. The captions underneath made me physically sick. Forbidden affairs. Secret husbands. Married men confession series. I grabbed the edge of the table, hard enough for my knuckles to whiten. "No." Natalie looked genuinely uncomfortable. "One of my coworkers follows drama forums online. Apparently, Alina's been building this audience for over a year." My heart pounded violently now. "She records men?" "Not always explicitly," Natalie said carefully, "but she definitely profits from the stories." I suddenly remembered the live stream, the curated romance posts, the constant public narrative painting Marcus as the emotionally wounded husband rescued by true love. None of it felt authentic anymore. It felt monetized.
Strategic. Predatory.
Then, Natalie said the sentence that changed everything. "Sophia, I don't think your marriage was special to her." Silence filled the table between us. And strangely, instead of breaking me further, something inside me finally started waking up. For weeks, I had been drowning in self-blame, comparing myself to Alina endlessly, wondering what she gave Marcus that I lacked. But suddenly, the situation looked different. Alina hadn't stumbled accidentally into our marriage. She targeted emotional vulnerability deliberately. Marcus still made his own choices, of course. He was absolutely responsible for betraying me. But for the first time, I stopped romanticizing their relationship as some tragic love story where I simply failed as a wife. Because real love usually doesn't need public manipulation, secret live streams, and online branding. That night, I went home and did something I had avoided completely since the separation. I opened every message Marcus had sent me during the past year. And suddenly, patterns became obvious. The emotional complaints escalating. The dramatic loneliness. The sudden obsession with feeling understood. Then I noticed timestamps. Around the exact period Alina started visiting the cafe regularly, Marcus's dissatisfaction with our marriage intensified sharply. Not naturally.
Amplified.
Like someone had been feeding it constantly. I sat there for hours, rereading conversations with completely new eyes. Then another realization hit me. Marcus wasn't happy. Not truly. Even in recent photos, his smiles looked forced if you studied them closely enough.
Performative.
Like a man trying desperately to justify detonating his own life. That realization gave me something unexpected. Peace. Because for the first time, I stopped seeing myself as the woman who lost a competition. There was never a competition. There was a married man unwilling to confront his unhappiness maturely, and a woman skilled at turning emotional dissatisfaction into fantasy. And somewhere in the middle, I got destroyed. But I also survived. The next morning, Marcus called unexpectedly. For weeks, I usually ignored him. This time, I answered. His voice sounded hesitant immediately. Hey. Hi. A long silence followed. Then he asked quietly, How are you? Such a ridiculous question after everything. But strangely, I answered honestly. Better. He sounded surprised by that. Oh. I leaned back slowly against the kitchen counter. I know about Alina's content.
Silence.
Heavy silence. Then, finally, what content? The fact that he sounded genuinely confused told me everything. She didn't tell you? Sophia, what are you talking about? I closed my eyes briefly. She profits from affair content online, Marcus. No response. She talks publicly about married men, emotional manipulation, affairs, relationship seduction. Still silence. Then finally he whispered, What? For the first time since our separation, I heard uncertainty in his voice. Real uncertainty. And suddenly I realized something else. Marcus may have betrayed me willingly, but he also wasn't nearly as in control of the situation as he believed. I should have felt satisfaction. Instead, I mostly felt tired. Deeply, painfully tired. I'm not telling you this to get you back, I said quietly. I just think you deserve to know who you moved in with. Marcus sounded shaken now. That's impossible. It's public. A long pause followed. Then softly, almost to himself, he whispered, She told me I was the first married man she'd ever been with. I closed my eyes. Of course she did. And for the first time in months, I no longer felt inferior to the woman who took my husband. Because fantasy loses its power once you finally see the machinery behind it. That night, standing alone in my apartment, I looked at my reflection again. I still looked hurt. Still exhausted. Still healing. But no longer broken. And quietly, for the first time since the affair began, I chose myself over the need to understand why Marcus didn't choose me. Everything unraveled faster after that phone call. At first, Marcus stopped responding to me entirely. No defensive messages. No emotional speeches. Nothing. Then, about 4 days later, he showed up outside my apartment unexpectedly. The second I opened the door, I barely recognized him. He looked exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes. Jaw tense. Like someone who hadn't slept properly in days. Sophia, he said quietly, can we talk? Part of me wanted to slam the door immediately. Another part needed closure badly enough to listen. So I stepped aside silently and let him in. Marcus walked into the apartment slowly, looking around at the familiar space like he suddenly understood what he'd thrown away. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then finally he asked, How much do you know? Enough. He laughed bitterly under his breath and rubbed his face. I confronted her. I crossed my arms carefully. And? At first she denied everything. His voice sounded hollow. Then she admitted she'd done relationship content before, but claimed it was harmless. I said nothing. Marcus stared at the floor. She said people are too judgmental about affairs because unhappy marriages exist everywhere. The irony almost made me laugh. That sounded exactly like the kind of philosophy people create when they benefit from destroying boundaries. She manipulated you, I said calmly. Marcus looked up sharply. No, he shook his head immediately. I still made my own choices. For the first time since all of this began, he sounded honest. Not defensive. Not self-pitying. Just honest. I betrayed you, he whispered. Nobody forced me to do that. Hearing him finally say it, without excuses, released something heavy inside my chest. Not forgiveness, but clarity. Marcus sat down slowly at the kitchen table, where we used to drink coffee together every morning. She lied about a lot of things, he admitted quietly. The content, other relationships, money. I leaned against the counter, silently listening. She told me I was different. There was something painfully pathetic about the way he said it. Not because I hated him, because I could finally see how desperately he wanted to feel special.
Chosen. Admired.
And people who crave validation deeply enough can become vulnerable to almost anyone willing to weaponize it. What happened after you confronted her? I asked. Marcus gave a humorless laugh. She called me insecure. The universe has a cruel sense of humor sometimes. For months, he called me paranoid and controlling whenever I questioned obvious emotional betrayal. Now he stood on the opposite side of the same manipulation. I moved out yesterday, he admitted. I felt strangely numb hearing it. Not triumphant. Not vindicated. Just emotionally distant from the chaos now. Marcus studied me carefully. You really don't care anymore, do you? That question surprised me. Because once upon a time, this man could destroy my entire emotional state with a single expression. Now I mostly felt tired sadness. I care, I answered honestly. I just don't belong inside this situation anymore. His eyes filled with regret instantly. Real regret this time. Not regret over being caught.
Regret over consequences.
Over reality finally replacing fantasy. I ruined my life, he whispered. I looked at him quietly for several seconds. Then I answered, with more kindness than he probably deserved. No. You made choices, and now you're living with them. Marcus lowered his head after that. The silence between us felt different now. Not explosive. Not romantic. Just two exhausted people sitting among the remains of something that once mattered deeply. Then he said something I never expected. My parents know everything. I frowned slightly. What do you mean? About Alina's content, the live streams, everything. Apparently, Marcus's mother discovered the videos accidentally through relatives who recognized him online. The fallout had been brutal. His father stopped speaking to him completely for nearly 2 weeks. His mother cried during dinner after realizing how publicly humiliating the affair had become. Even some mutual friends distanced themselves after learning pieces of the truth. Not because he cheated. Strangely, people often tolerate cheating more than they admit. But because of how performative and public the entire relationship became afterward. The live streams. The captions. The public narrative turning me into an emotionally neglectful villain. That was the part many people couldn't stomach. Especially once they realized I had remained mostly silent throughout all of it. She's losing followers too, Marcus admitted quietly. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Apparently, people online found old clips contradicting her stories. Interesting. Not satisfying exactly. Just inevitable. Because eventually, performance collapses under the weight of consistency. Marcus looked around the apartment again slowly. I thought I was escaping unhappiness, he admitted. But honestly, I think I was escaping accountability. That sentence lingered heavily in the air. Because deep down, I think many betrayals begin there. Not with passion. Not even love. Escape. Escape from routine. From dissatisfaction. From emotional responsibility. And fantasy always feels intoxicating until real life arrives demanding consequences. Marcus stood slowly after that. I don't expect forgiveness, he said quietly. You're right. Pain flickered across his face, but he nodded. I just needed you to know. His voice cracked slightly. You weren't crazy. And you weren't impossible to love. For a moment, neither of us moved. 6 years together condensed into one devastating realization, delivered far too late. Then Marcus walked toward the door, slowly. Before leaving, he paused. I really did love you, Sophia. This time, hearing it didn't destroy me, because I finally understood something important. Love without loyalty becomes selfish. And no matter how much history people share, betrayal eventually changes the meaning of everything that came before it. After he left, I stood quietly by the window, watching him disappear down the street alone. No dramatic reconciliation. No screaming. No revenge. Just consequences unfolding naturally around people who thought feelings mattered more than integrity. A month later, our divorce finalized smoothly. The apartment stayed with me since I had paid most of the mortgage. Marcus kept the cafe. We split finances cleanly. No endless legal war. No public destruction. By then, I no longer wanted punishment. I wanted peace. I heard through mutual friends that Alina eventually moved out of the city after her online reputation became messy and several former partners publicly accused her of manipulating emotionally vulnerable men for content and money. Marcus stayed behind alone, trying to rebuild his life quietly. And me? For the first time in years, I started rebuilding mine too. Not as someone's wife. Not as the woman who got cheated on. Just myself. And strangely enough, that felt stronger than revenge ever could. It's been almost a year now since the night I found Marcus kissing another woman behind his cafe. Sometimes it feels like a different lifetime. Other times, the memories still arrive unexpectedly. A song playing in a grocery store. The smell of coffee and rain together. A bookstore window at night. Healing isn't linear the way people pretend it is. Some scars fade quietly. Others reopen when you least expect them to. But despite everything that happened, I survived it. And honestly, there was a time I truly believed I wouldn't. These days, my life looks smaller than it once did, but somehow more honest. I still work with my brothers at the jewelry business. I still stay too busy sometimes. But now, I actually stop long enough to breathe. To rest. To exist outside productivity. I started therapy 3 months after the divorce, and one sentence my therapist told me changed everything. His betrayal may explain your pain, but it does not define your value. For weeks, I wrote that sentence down repeatedly until I finally believed it. Because after infidelity, people often become obsessed with comparison. What did the other woman have? Why was she chosen? What was wrong with me? But eventually I realized those questions lead nowhere healthy. Marcus's affair was never proof that I was unlovable. It was proof that he handled unhappiness immaturely. That's all. And once I understood that, the shame slowly stopped belonging to me. I heard recently that Marcus sold the cafe. Apparently, business declined badly after everything became public, and he couldn't emotionally handle staying there anymore. Part of me felt sad hearing that. Not because I wanted him back, but because I remembered the version of him who once built that place with genuine excitement and hope. The version before selfishness, fantasy, and validation hollowed him out. As for Alina, I honestly don't think about her much anymore. And that alone feels like freedom. For a long time, I saw her as the woman who stole my husband. Now I simply see her as someone passing through people's lives, searching for attention, the same way Marcus searched for emotional escape. Neither of them were truly whole. And broken people often break each other eventually. The biggest lesson I learned from all of this is something I wish more people understood before destroying their relationships. Feeling lonely does not make betrayal noble. Feeling unseen does not make deception romantic. And calling something love does not magically erase the damage it causes innocent people. Real love requires honesty before desire. Communication before secrecy.
Courage before comfort.
I used to think losing my marriage meant losing the future I spent years building. But sometimes the collapse of one life is the beginning of a more truthful one. Today, when I look in the mirror, I no longer see the abandoned wife desperately asking why she wasn't enough. I see a woman who endured humiliation, heartbreak, manipulation, and grief, and still rebuilt herself anyway. If anyone listening to my story is going through betrayal right now, I need you to hear this clearly. Someone choosing dishonesty over communication is not proof that you failed. Sometimes people betray others simply because they lack the emotional maturity to face themselves honestly, and no amount of loyalty from you can fix that inside them. The hardest truth I learned after losing Marcus was also the most freeing one. Closure doesn't come from understanding every lie. It comes from finally accepting that you deserved honesty from the beginning. And once you truly accept that, walking away stops feeling like loss. It starts feeling like self-respect.